I recognize these places, but they're not only empty, but dark as well. Hello everyone, and welcome to Half-Life 2 Alone. As the name implies, this is a mod for Half-Life 2, in which we explore all of the familiar environments, but completely devoid of life. That means no Combine, no resistance, not even zombies crawling around in the sewers. I don't even know what I'm feeling right now, but I can't wait to start exploring so I can examine it. Also, I'm waiting for it to go back to the town square because I had a weird thing just now. Yeah, right here, the city square. Just in the distance, almost a pixel in the middle of that blackness. One screen flickering on. I don't know if I've seen a game do it this way before, but alright. Let's get started. Use tab to toggle the filter. Use the suit's flashlight to navigate. Not even G-Man to guide us in. This ambient track sounds so familiar. Look at this. It's that same opening path getting off the train that I've navigated a million times before. But that whole intro was made to show off the Source engine, to show it teeming with life. Drones buzzing around, people going about their business, guards beating people up. Not only empty, but silent. It seems like it's everything but the emptiness that I'm noticing. The silence, the darkness. It was kind of relieving just to hear a bottle break, but I guess it won't be as relieving if I hear it absent any action on my part. Can we still get a drink from the machine? I guess somebody already got one. This is so creepy. It feels almost like urban exploration, like a place that would be dark because the windows are boarded. But all we have are dark skies above. What really gets me is the animation of looking at our hands in the beginning. It's like even our character, who is only here as a means to experience this, has no idea, is baffled as to what we're doing here. Hello? All the gates are opened, even the ones that wouldn't be normally. But of course there's nothing beyond. We were never intended to go this way. There's the train to Nova Prospect. That one which we were saved from going on. Look at that huge hulk in the dark. There's still blood on the ground, still evidence that someone was here at some point. But when the soundtrack fades, we are left in true silence, and that... Dude, I don't know why this is getting me as much as it is. Part of the reason I put this off for so long, despite a lot of you guys suggesting this, was because it just seemed to me like the novelty would wear off pretty quickly, that there wasn't much to it besides no one being here. I am quickly being proven wrong, I think. Okay, we don't need to take that can with us for the entire game. The echo of that door opening is so much worse now. It's like my brain can't square the idea of this actually being empty, and I just keep expecting a shadow to move around the corner as if it was peering at me and ran away in my beam. Oh, wait, never mind, hang on. We do have a destination for the can. Here we are. I guess maybe following authority in this time, even if it's absent, is some measure of safety blanket. Might be something I want to talk to my therapist about. Forget the Half-Life 2, the idea of a silent train station is truly foreign to me. The screen that would normally be broadcasting Dr. Breen completely empty, not even a panel in there. A large part of this is definitely the familiarity. Look at that. Even the Citadel, which would normally be buzzing with drones and lights. There's just something about a dead world, about being the only one who missed the rapture. And seeing it so dark, you know? A city in the dark. That's something that my brain just can't comprehend. There's that one working screen that I noted in the menu. This honestly feels like the opening minutes of 28 Days Later for me. And like I said, the familiarity is a huge part of it. Think about lost video game creepypastas, so many of them being about nostalgic childhood games that were left abandoned and almost seem aware that they were abandoned, that have a different vibe when you return, almost as if they're resentful. Then again, I suppose there's the other side of the coin. The idea that when you were making those memories, that the situation you were in wasn't perceived correctly, that your memories were false, you know, like finding out you had a really fun time at a party and then hearing later that you were the only one there. Oh, look at that. There is actually one light inside this building. But we can't get an angle to see its source. Almost as if there's someone with a camping lantern just off camera, and they're just waiting for me to go away. Wonder if they would be somebody like me, just hiding because they hear footsteps that shouldn't be there. A couple of lights are present, like those on the barricades. Up and over. I think this is hitting doubly hard for me because I did just finish replaying Half-Life 2 after many years on the Patreon. And so it's even more familiar than ever. A lot's been removed, but the stuff that gets left behind is even more pronounced, takes on different meaning. Oh, but there is something I need to try then. Horror baby. It is so good to see a familiar face. but nothing. You're not making the sound. They really did think of everything. So in the base game, for those who don't know, picking up that baby or entering the playground, whichever it is, would cause a creepy echoing of children playing. Not now. Even the idea that I've caused some persistent movement feels like I've upset the natural order somehow. We had that ambient music in the beginning, now even that's gone. Which is actually a good thing because A, I'm not sure what the copyright situation is, and also, well, I didn't know whether silence is better or creepiness. Turns out, silence can be creepiness. No. I think I just heard something around the corner. Like, it could be something as simple as a box dropping. It was a very small sound, but it was there. The only reason I didn't jump at that is because I'm very familiar with those scraping sounds from playing Gmod VR. Constantly bumping into stuff. This is so weird. It's night outside, but indoors in certain areas we can see sunlight pouring in. Like an artificial environment. Wait, we can actually come all the way up. But what about the floor below? Oh, right. I think here we would have been witnessing a Combine raid in the original, right? No, we came through here. Hey. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like the cable wants to unplug from the wall this time. Oop. I'm still gonna throw you out the window like I always do. Brain or no. All these makeshift barricades waiting for a storm to come. And in the end, they weren't ready for the one they couldn't anticipate. Presumably, this is actually so much worse than a post-apocalyptic environment. Half-Life 2 itself is sort of post-apocalyptic. This is more of like a happening. And I define a happening in fiction as basically something that, without explanation, without warning, just sort of happens one day. I'll be honest, I heard that noise, and being in an apartment with a heavy metal thud, my first thought was Pyramid Head. Hey, I've got to amuse myself somehow, right? Maybe it was an info hazard that did this. Maybe it was the TVs. It was my eyes trying to adjust to it and seeing the darker pieces above that made my eyes squint and think I saw a shadowy figure standing beyond it. Like that one scene in Signs. I may be on a little bit of extra alert, I admit it. But where am I going, though? Maybe I was supposed to make my way to the end of that hall, come through here, yes. Oh, you thought you could hide from me, TV? Not for long. No, I think I'm supposed to go all the way up this one. Yes, okay. I got completely turned around just from disrupting that familiarity. AI disabled. What do you mean, AI disabled? Are you saying that AI was enabled before? These are not thoughts I want to have in a dark attic. I swear, this AI disabled message right now is hitting me like press shift to run. We may not be pursued by helicopters and drones, but we can still indulge in the little pleasures of the source engine, right? Besides, we want that stuff out of the way. That AI disabled message is really lingering, huh? It's actually the kind of thing that makes me wonder if there's more to this mod. If they hid something in this, I swear, if all of you have been lying to me... The stairs still break on cue. Oh, right. This right here is the room where Alex would normally rescue us from the Combine. Call the elevator to bring us down. Are we gonna have to jump? I think we're gonna have to jump. Can we quick save? We can. There's actually no elevator in the shaft at all. Ow. Oh, we don't lose health. Well, that's a heck of a way to introduce that. We were kind of taking a leap of faith. So this should be the way to Kleiner's lab. Good thing that just opened, because I don't know the password. The music is back. Looks like somebody pried that door open. Like somebody else survived and already took advantage of the absence, knowing that there's good stuff in here. Can't seem to use this, though. I don't even know what I'm feeling right now. It honestly feels like walking onto the set of a children's show that I used to love and finding it totally empty. Like, it's so full of familiar scenes, of humorous scenes with likable characters. Well, we can still charge our suit. I wonder if there's a reason for that. Does sprint use power? We can still sprint, but one thing I've noticed is that it seems like our movement is just generally slowed down overall. Huh, now how are we moving beyond this? Because this would be where we get teleported outside. Are we still able to use it? And with a rumble of thunder, we simply skip the cutscene. I honestly half expected to turn around and see some shadowy figure staring out the window at me. But that's not giving this mod enough credit, is it? Unless there really is something out here, but that remains to be seen. Certainly feels like there is, but it's not necessary. when you're getting creeped out, when you're by yourself, the thoughts that cause that, it's not the idea that you truly think there's something out there. It's your brain constantly filling itself with the what-ifs. What if I saw this? If you looked into the dark and saw this face, how would you feel? And it's... as if it happened. You were in here a second ago, were you? I can't collect you, but I can feel big and strong by standing in you like one of those cutout faces boards at the fair. And it does give us a crowbar. You are solid as far as the crowbar is concerned. I'll be keeping an eye out for you. Got an empty suit and an empty world. It's like even Gordon himself isn't here. We are us. We do still need to be able to break things in certain areas. I hope that was part of the box. But the mod page does specify that there is no gunplay. So I don't know if we'll be getting those guns, but we won't be using them. It's obviously a lot harder to navigate this rail yard in the dark. I wonder if lambda caches will still be around, if they'll still have supplies in them. I wonder if there'll still be corpses, although from what we've seen so far, it doesn't seem likely. I'll be honest, this is like a maze. I just want to get out of here as quickly as possible. I don't like being in these enclosed spaces in the dark where we can hardly see anything. Up and over. Up and over. You know, without enemies, though, there are certain areas that we can poke around in a little more than we would otherwise be able to. Sometimes it may be worth crawling into the dark. It just faded to menu. It just faded to menu. Wait, is it supposed to do that? Oh, I guess that's all there is, huh? Okay, so I'm pretty sure I had the wrong version because I have an updated one now and it has the entire game plus the episodes. And quite a bit more production value. If you look over here, it has its own alone mod options and so many different things. And look, if we look down here, it even says mod ending 1 or mod ending 2. I have never seen this level of customization for something like this. But for now, the only thing I've changed is I put the flashlight FOV to very high. Oh, look at this. There are some differences this time around. There are some ambient sounds. I can hear crows, and certain aspects of the map are a little bit different. I'll be honest, I'm not actually sure if I like that. I kind of preferred it before, but I think there are options so that we can change that. It's actually kind of good running back through all of this because now I can kind of play with the settings as I go. I've changed flashlight strength to low, and then flashlight FOV. I'm leaving it very high. But yeah, there's a couple of things I actually like better about before. For example, I didn't have to hold Alt to move slowly. I've also had to go and delete the HUD folder, so I don't know if it's going to do anything new with that. But doing so is the only way to get rid of an annoying white box that was on the screen. Hang on, there's something over here. Are there gonna be new things to explore? Hang on, we are taking liberties here. Actually, I did notice that God mode was an option now. Does this mean that there are certain things that are gonna require an alternate path? Things which the developer will provide? Yeah, because this comes out at the bottom of the elevator shaft. Wait, no, this elevator actually is here now. Okay, this is very, very different. But it is still Half-Life 2, so of course the more things change, the more they stay the same. Open song panel. Huh, look at that. We can actually choose our own ambient songs, I guess, as we explore. This now coming complete with full animations. Oh, they've gone and removed all the trains that were here. Yeah, I do think that in a lot of ways, what I played before was a better introduction to this mod. There's health that can be found around. No doubt to deal with fall damage. Or at least that's what I hope. And we have reached where we were before. This whole thing does feel somehow a bit brighter than before. What a sight, that dark silhouette towering over us. I'll tell you what, I know I'm messing with the options a lot, but let's put the soundscapes back on and just kind of see what happens. I honestly can't decide if I like them or not. You know what it is? I like the wind. I like the whispers of the air. I don't really like the sounds of animals or like excessive activity inside buildings. But stuff like this, it's entirely appropriate. Kind of reminds me a bit of Stalker Call of Pripyat. And of course the circumstances count for everything. I always remember this as being someplace frantic, like you have to get inside and take cover as quickly as possible. Being able to take my time here, I don't know, it's like being able to see it for the first time, really. Can collect all this gear. Still, I guess crows didn't get raptured. Wait, wait, flashlight is limited now? If I try turning the flashlight off, turn through... Yeah, no, it definitely seems like there's a trigger that disables the flashlight once you get to this point. So I guess we're just kind of stuck dealing with it for now. Oop. There's HEV down there, just in case it's relevant in the future. How dark this mud is... Was that me? I don't see any debris on the ground. And the thing is, a mod like this is very much trying to induce feelings that a lot of people already get with old nostalgic games. Wandering through them, a place that's so nostalgic, but even back in the day, you never really felt alone on an empty map. Now, Half-Life 2 didn't really have this problem, but so many source maps do. Now they've just kind of brought that feeling back to the source engine. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Oh, you can't see it. Oh, no, there we go. Flashlight's back. I even tried reinstalling the HUD files, but I still couldn't see anything. So I wasn't sure if there was supposed to be a message that we get. Anyway, I guess we're back on track now. You know what's worse than being alone in the dark? Alone in the dark... Alone in the dark and up to your neck in water. Where are we going? Ah, right, there's a ladder over here. And here is where we would normally meet up with a friendly resistance fighter and a Vortigaunt. Instead, all we have is a TV. It's sort of like a window, right? Closest thing. After being in silence for so long, I'm gonna have to brace for this loud noise. I may have been ready for it, but that doesn't mean I was ready for it. Darwin. Darwin, good to see you. You look like you lost weight. Anyway, you can come with me. In the absence of a violent shootout, I can actually feel my boots sticking in the mud. Alright, I'm going to toss you up there. Oops. Sorry, Darwin. Don't know my own strength. And that I don't know how weak I am. There you go. You just stay up there out of the dirt. I'm not going to carry you too far from home. Oh. There's a light on the wall back there. For a second, I almost thought it was somebody pointing their flashlight down the tunnel at me. I swear, I keep seeing things where they aren't. Nothing coming through the radio either. We don't even get a hint of someone anywhere. Come on. Come on. Okay, it looks like we don't need to use the gun. We certainly can. Ooh. Is it just me, or is that gun slightly different looking and behaving? No collapse. That's weird. It's almost like we're playing like an earlier stage of the map where none of the physics on those objects are enabled, where none of the threats are here or ambient features. I wonder if this isn't even partially inspired by the Half-Life 2 beta. Or at least the idea of like returning to an alternate version of a familiar game. I mean, this is all based around the idea of an alternate version of an existing game, and I think that's a really interesting new direction for horror mods. The idea of taking something that you already knew and using those differences in your pre-existing expectations to create something new. Even something as simple as setting at night what was previously during the day, it's enough to kind of screw up your memories. It's like you're playing a corrupted memory, as if it was always this way. And that's true of a lot of things, isn't it? Those childhood memories that either you recognize immediately couldn't possibly have happened the way you think they did, or only finding out years later that they didn't. Here's a new fear, being alone and walking down a hallway surrounded by higher elevation. It's like every time I look away, I feel like eyes staring down at me that dart away when I turn around. Okay, I know what it is. I don't know if... Yeah, we can zoom in. Those two little bright spots right there. For a second, I registered that as eyes in the dark. Well, in the absence of barnacles, the sewers have actually gotten a little bit nicer, but in City 17, that's not saying very much. I'm so not used to doing that bit out of VR. Where to from here? It's always a guessing game when to apply the gasping for air effect, and it just doesn't feel earned. It feels like a poor performance if you do it too quickly. Down we go. The classic physics puzzle. Okay, in my experience, we need about 3 or 4 of these cinder blocks. I'll be honest, I think I'm probably going to feel the effects of this mod at least a little bit less in the sewers. I mean, yeah, there's stuff that happens here in-game, but it's certainly not those darkened city streets that really felt dreadful. I just want to make sure you're not going to fall off on me. Yep. I guess I see why regular sprint was re-enabled. I mean, it's probably necessary for some of the puzzles and platforms. You know what I just realized I'm really looking forward to? The airboat section. Oop. Oh, I can't wait to see what that's like. But one thing at a time. Okay, so what happened there was I quickly turned to the left, and the sway of the crowbar looked like something moving in the shadows, like a full-sized figure. I mean, I know what this mod is about at this point, but I'm still waiting for it. I didn't even see it this time around, but turning around to see that HEV suit was something that really colored my expectations, or at least my mood. Man, it is so weird to just be blazing through all of this so quickly. Those moments where we're slipping and sliding is almost a reprieve from the eeriness. Oh. We can actually pick up a gun here. I don't want to use it, but we can pick it up. We're gonna have so much ammo by the time all's said and done. Something like this takes on a whole different meaning in this mod. I mean, it's a nice little cozy spot, lights on, lofted places to sleep. I would probably end up turning this into my base and never leaving for fear of what's out there. Then again, I'm sure we can do better. We have the entire world at our disposal, right? Or at least, hopefully not. I feel like it's always had some kind of mass appeal, the idea of being the last person on Earth, right? I mean, being able to go anywhere you want, explore anything. But of course it comes with it the knowledge that sooner or later, the empty feelings will overcome that exploration spirit. Be always looking over your shoulder, thinking you can't really be alone. I do wonder what that threshold would be for me. I mean, imagine having something like the Met or the Museum of Natural History or the Smithsonian completely available to poke through to your heart's content, and yet still having to navigate those spaces in the dark. All those relics catching on your flashlight as you explore. Would I even be able to handle it, or would I just find myself scrambling back outwards onto daylight? I keep scaring myself over and over, but in my defense, some of these sounds are really, really harsh. Okay, up here is just some goodies. Also, is it just me, or are there more goodies than in the base game? I mean, obviously there are some changes to the map layouts. Somehow even this vent feels tighter than before. I know in here there was some gear and a zombie. Nothing so now, I assume. I hope. Right. We have grenades. We can potentially use those to break things from a distance. Looking at the sky, it almost looks like maybe the sun is starting to come up. I did notice when I was looking through the options that there's an option to have the sun come up after Nova Prospect. I'm kind of split on whether we should do it or not. Anyway, I'm honestly not sure whether we have to worry about drowning. That's a weird door. I mean, granted it's fine, but like the grate on the front almost makes it seem like it leads into someone's house, someone's basement. Maybe I'm still just off-put by that one door on GM Catacombs. Okay, so we're outside here. I feel like in my Half-Life 2 playthrough I got confused here as well. How do we get around this? Is there something down below? No? Oh, right, no, we just have to go back the other way. I didn't even think of that. And then normally here, there would be a bit of a platforming segment where steam would be erupting from these things. The fact that all this blood is just left behind, some explosive marks here. But the weird thing is, I don't know if that's actually there officially, because look, we can see that that stain is kind of clipping into the wall. It's almost as if there was player action before we arrived. Yeah, that pickup truck, or that dump truck, would be dropping barrels down here. It's so weird because I'm blowing through all these set pieces that I've only ever seen as set pieces. And so they look completely different when I'm actually able to slow down. Walking down a narrow hallway will always be a surefire way to raise my anticipation. I'm telling you, if this creator actually hid something scary in here, I can't help but be reminded of the entity from GM Construct 13 beta. That thing which actually startled me a few times because when you install that map, it actually haunts other maps. It actually appeared to me once while I was filming a completely different video. It wasn't until later I found out why that was happening. Oh, there's a ladder here. Okay, what was it that we needed to do? Over there? This might be the first time I'll be getting through this area without detonating every barrel in the room. Now, here's a fun question. There should be a way that we can climb up or down and relieve the pressure in here by turning a valve. The only thing is, I'm pretty sure there is a way around all of this, but it was fixed in the anniversary update for Half-Life 2. Like, you could kind of skip this whole room. It was a popular tactic for speedrunners, and Valve put an invisible wall there, and I think they patched it back out, and I wonder which of those changes would be reflected here. Answer, it doesn't matter because I'm actually remembering this completely wrong. The water level would have started lower and we would have had to raise it by going in here. So, not only are the threats gone, but a lot of the puzzles are starting in a state of already having been solved. Kind of allowing us to focus on, exploration. But we still have to do this. Much obliged, Spool. Actually kind of funny that there would be so many spools just kind of sitting at the bottom of a sewer like that. I guess that's where you end up if you don't stay in school. Hence the popular PSA phrase, don't be a spool, stay in school. That was a lot of leading for a really dumb joke. I hope you appreciated it. Where are we going? I always got lost so often in these sewers, but to be fair, a large part of that is due to the fact that I'm often under fire while doing so. There must be a ladder. I mean, there was, but we can probably jump on top of this barrel. There we go. I don't know why I'm putting so much effort into finding these caches. It's not like I need them for anything. But I guess that was always a big part of the appeal of Half-Life 2, was the scavenging, that exploration rewarded you by making the combat encounters easier. There you go. I'll be honest though, I have been mostly correct in my prediction that I would be less creeped out in the sewers, simply because it feels right to not see anyone here. City streets, I could... Okay, never mind, because signs of life are even worse than before. Those hissing sounds of pressure on pipes. I don't honestly remember if those were always here. They probably were. Still no one on the radio. Maybe it's just that I'm noticing some of the more subtle ambient sounds more because there's nothing else going on to distract from them. But as soon as we step out of the sewers, I'm feeling like a little lost lamb again. You know what? I have gone ahead and bound up the music key. I wonder what those songs will actually be like. Background song. I'm just so worried that these will be copyright unfriendly. Look at that, there's even a tab to allow the music to transition between levels. This actually makes it quite a bit creepier, actually, just walking through, hearing all the gurgling and bubbling, and the occasional sound of a Geiger counter going crazy. It makes it feel truly toxic to be here. But I think we are approaching my most anticipated thing. We won't need to open the gate. It's all ours, for really real? And we can still use our flashlight with it. Tell you what, why don't we try riding with some songs? Oops. Oh, inverted steering. Dark skies against even darker human construction. That's what I like to see. I chose a song at random, but it seemed really fitting pulling out and just seeing those overcast skies above. Let's get back in. I mean, it only seems fitting to have some music on a road trip, or road trip equivalent. But nevertheless, there's something about gaining the freedom to truly ride like the wind and still encountering no signs of life whatsoever that I can't help but be unnerved by. I think we need to pick up the pace for this one. It doesn't help that I can hardly see the jumps that I have to make. Hang on, I'm gonna, just for this moment, I'm gonna set the flashlight strength to extremely high. There we go, now we can actually use it out here. It is going to want us to do the barrel thing. Let's bring them down. One already there. I mean, Glub. We're gonna have to get some more from up there. Even when we're in a closed-off little area like this, it nevertheless fully makes me feel the deadness of this place. Like, even when I can't see... Like, even when I can't see the signs directly, the places where I can't see them from take on a different air. And I'm not exactly sure I can qualify why that is. Anyway, should be able to take off. I can still hear that occasional hiss in a way that cannot be justified with pipes now. Yeah, no, why? Why? Every once in a while I hear a sound that doesn't sound like... Or it sounds like something that I could have made, but not at a time when I would have made it. Like a splash behind me just there. I don't like it. God, experiencing Half-Life 2 through headlights. That is what it feels like abandoned memories that we've come back to explore. Is this the end of the road, or there may be a ramp on this pile right here? Yeah. I mean, these levels weren't built to be so dark. They were built so that it would be pretty clear up ahead of you what would be happening in a chase. But now, we're just trying to negotiate obstacles. Yep. Sorry about that. I mean, I'm not that sorry. It was kind of cool. Gave me a fleeting distraction from the crushing despair. Look at those identical post-Soviet buildings and that brief glimmer through the clouds, looking like giants staring down at me, watching my progress. This really feels like the Little Nightmares edition of Half-Life 2, doesn't it? Like we're just a small thing caught up in a big machine. Looks like we're stopping for a bit. These screens are on, but no one's speaking. The fact that signs of torture are still here, like everything is still here to show that this wasn't a good world prior to the vanishing. And somehow we long for it. I mean, because the Combine are a problem that you can beat over the head with a crowbar, this is a far more vague and abstract fear. Wow, look at that. That turns night into day. Can't wait to see the flashlight reviewers talking about this one, but I'm just going to keep it for now until we're done with the airboat segment. And here, we don't even really need it anyway. Look at you, there's a light on over what we're supposed to do. Interesting. That kind of suggests that this was play-tested to an extent. Like, they actually looked at and made changes to things that didn't work with the new setup. Excellent. And for as loud and cacophonous as that siren is, or alarm bell, I can only imagine what it would have been like to, if I had a counterpart somewhere in the city, just hearing that suddenly start ringing off in the distance. Right after hearing a thunderous bang. I mean, that's another creepy thought, the idea that maybe there are other people in this world, but we're always just missing them. Our footsteps always scaring each other off, making sure that we're always just above being spotted by each other. Effectively becoming each other's ghosts. Ow. Alright, let's try not to be decapitated by the swinging beam. Ow. 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 All's well that ends well. You know what? I think I kind of feel like putting on some more tunes. Let's try Isolation. God, these spotlights in the sewers are so weird. Like we're some kind of performer being brought out and this is our entrance. I should have enabled the option to have soundtracks move between maps, but I think we're gonna have to get out pretty soon anyway, if I recognize this place. And I don't, so let's go ahead and enable that. Music can transition through levels. Isolation reverse. Wait, what's stop what you were doing? Pretty subtle track, it sounds like. Probably not really suited to an airboat segment. Though it is suitable to slowly drifting forward, I believe. Okay, normally we would have to do a whole sequence, I think, to open these gates. But I don't know if there's really any value to be gained from that, or maybe there is. This track, however, is titled simply Alone. Okay, for this, we're gonna go ahead and lower the flashlight. There we go, now we have the revolver, so that we can carry it with us for comfort. In an environment like this, with a soundtrack like this, almost makes me feel like I'm playing Fear or something. Those early levels at the dock facility. Honestly, I keep swearing that at any point I'm gonna start hearing East Hastings play. You know, I've criticized having the ambient soundscapes playing, but these soundtracks, they really, really fit. It's slow and, in a way, almost comforting, just like Isolation, and yet there's an eeriness to it, a feeling that something is really, really wrong. But at the same time, it is so unspecific. It's not as simple as some cataclysm has taken everyone, because that would be panic. This is a more dreamlike dread, the kind where you can't even place just what it is you're dealing with. The kind where you don't even spare a thought for the why, it just is. It's the kind of empty that exists purely on an emotional level. It doesn't even need an explanation. It actually feels, in a lot of ways, like Cry of Fear or Silent Hill. Although Silent Hill had minimal enemies, this doesn't need any at all. Okay, back to the airboat. I really want to get out of here. Oh, and also back to very high flashlight settings, which really just come out feeling like standard headlights. My prediction is that this mod will lose some of its bite in the later levels, which are much more gameplay-oriented rather than taking in the environments, the world building that Half-Life 2 wanted to do in its beginning. But nevertheless, there are some locations in particular that I'm looking forward to. And of course, you can still do some sick stunts even if no one's around to see them. Which way? I think this way. But man, even with our flashlight settings, it's so wide open it doesn't help much. Can't help but feel faces peering down at me from the windows of that lone house on the cliff. Seeing these towers and smokestacks, the boats riddling these clogged waterways, it's not even part of the emptiness, and yet it still feels so naturally a part of it. You know what I think it is? I think it's how unnatural it seems, these dark, jutting, twisted structures just cast against the sky like that. It's almost like being in an urban, industrial, dark forest. I mean, it almost does resemble, I guess, in some part of our subconscious, like twisted branches in the winter. Over the tops. I never nail this thing. Oh my god. Wow, you actually have to go back and do it. Did you hear that? I swear I just heard, like, echoing voices, like a drawn-out exclamation in my right ear only. That stopped me dead right there. What? I'm gonna be really freaked out if I don't hear anything on the recording. Oh my god, I can't even think straight. I'm gonna be really freaked out if I don't hear anything on the recording later. And even more freaked out if I do hear something, but only on my Audacity, like, microphone track. Oh my god, I cannot get in here. Come on now. This is one of those reasons why I'm so averse to buying a house. I have no idea how I'm going to get through this stuff when I'm the only one here at all times. Especially since I've always wanted to grab a place that's like, you know, an old house in the middle of the woods, in the middle of nowhere. How would I even be able to cope with something like this? Every once in a while, I have to come to a stop and just appreciate catching all these giant structures in the light. Just the idea of all this being left to rot, no different from a mountain or a cave in a dead world. You know what? I think after that I could use some more music. Away. this mod reminds me of, especially when you enable these soundtracks, those videos that just use, like, almost VHS distorted dark music over just random B-roll, over things like power lines against the skies and abandoned industry. It adds a tremendous amount. Hang on. We can actually go over to the left. I don't remember any of this. I don't remember being able to come this way. But then again, I think there is a place where the path splits off earlier on. No! No, no, no. We're not supposed to be able to come this way at all. So I would imagine in the base game, there would probably be some debris blocking this path, making us unable to go this way. But then it's interesting that the creator has chosen to take that stuff away. We've already seen earlier that things are opened up that otherwise wouldn't have been. But to actually be able to get back and see no draw, it's almost, it makes it feel like we're not just seeing an alternate version of Half-Life 2, but actually peeking behind the curtain a little bit. Like, what we had known and loved before was just a mask, which I suppose all entertainment technically is. I mean, there's always more going on behind the scenes. It can be jarring to actually see it. Okay, let's lower voluntarily our flashlight once more. Seeing this obvious setup for a zombie encounter, knowing there's no zombie, somehow makes it worse. Like, when even the scares haven't bothered to show up, it makes you wonder what else is here. Okay, you need to get pushed down here. Right? Am I misremembering how this works again? There we go. Also, let's get you out of the way. That was a cool little flip you just did. Spin. And back to the other flashlight. I actually don't remember if you could use the flashlight with the airboat before, but before you didn't need to. Let's have a look around since we have kind of committed to exploring. I mean, I'm not going to go chase every lambda cache and all that, because I know there's nothing useful, but it is mighty spooky. The thing is, I really wonder if this would still be the case if I hadn't ever played Half-Life 2. Because of course I know that you come through here and you meet up with the Resistance, but I still get the impression that someone was waiting for me. And either they couldn't wait, or they no longer had a choice. Ow. Here is also where we would have received the gun for the airboat, but there will be no need for that now. Oh, wait. That means, hang on, there is something coming up that I definitely want to check out. I doubt anything will come of it, but I'm definitely thinking about it now. Let's just put on some tunes in the meantime. Let's try Android Hell. Okay, I could have sworn I had enabled the option to have songs transition between levels, but you know what? Never mind. That one was... You know, forget it. I shouldn't be distracted driving. After all, that would be the very moment that I hit someone, wouldn't it? I'm actually kind of hoping, if there are to be copyright issues, that the sound of the airboat would help to confuse content IDs somewhat. That would be something. You can do it, if you can mess with the waveform enough. It does tend to work. Look at this, these waterways totally blocked off. It's so weird knowing that this would have all been for cargo, and yet it's now just clogged with branches and old cars. Like, Half-Life 2 has always allowed us to see industry being used for things other than its original purpose. And that's always been really cool to me. But now it's being taken to another level. I mean, it's cool because Half-Life 2 has always had, like, the skeletal remains of industry for us to explore, using it all in a way other than what was intended. But to have it become such a part of a now much more hostile landscape, it's like it's taken on another meaning yet again. Here, oh no, I was gonna say here we may have to use one of our grenades, but these doors are already blown open. It gives you the weapons, but it doesn't seem to want to necessitate their use. Every time we point in that direction, it's almost like the sun is rising. But of course, I know we just happen to be looking at a particular point along that skybox. Okay, I know where we are. This is where we would normally have that final showdown with the helicopter. But we do still need to open these gates if we want to move on, which means we're going to have to go investigate that warehouse up there. How does one do that? You know, being able to see those sparks in the distance on the right is kind of strange. I mean, it's some of the only real natural movement and light that we've seen in this place. Yep. At first, I actually did a double take while I was putting that up because I almost thought that it was like flashlight signals, like someone blinking at me in Morse code. I know I've said it before, but the sight of a building completely darkened so that it's darker than the sky behind it, it just always creeps me out. And it's because in the modern day, it is just such an uncommon sight. The only time I've really seen it is during blackouts and when exploring abandoned buildings. Okay. I've been waiting to see if the G-Man would make an appearance. But I suppose not. Listen to that. We can hear like the sound of server fans whirring, but no wind whatsoever. That's the kind of thing you don't even notice until you stop walking. Your footsteps would distract you from it. Well, that and the sound of the sparks. There they go. Alright, let's make our way back. I don't know what would be creepier. If G-Man were the only one who was still around in all of this, or if not even he persists. If something so mysterious as he could still not hold a candle to whatever is happening here. To be caught off guard by it. I don't want to linger in any one place for too long. I don't know, for some reason, even though we're not being pursued in this particular version of this level, it still feels like something's on our heels. Ow. Oh God. I remember what this is. Hang on. Gotta change that flashlight one more time. No more for a while, I promise. If that one little outpost they had in the tunnels was eerie, the feeling that someone was waiting for us but finding it abandoned, this has got to be the ultimate version of that, huh? I'll be honest, I kind of wish it was totally dark and silent in here. In fact, you know what? I think just for here, I am going to disable soundscapes. That probably won't kick in until we go downstairs. You know, now I'm imagining if I didn't know anything about Half-Life 2, and I were just playing this for the first time as like another Gmod VR explanation, and I were just playing this for the first time as another Gmod VR exploration, what would it be like? What conclusions would I draw about whoever inhabited this place? I guarantee it would be completely wrong, but in what ways? Still, playing it with the knowledge of Half-Life 2, being in places, you know, where Alex and Eli and Dog would be, I must admit there's like a sense of loss to it. It's almost like looking at a family photo where almost no one is still around. I guess we do go to Ravenholm. Beware of Dog no longer. Hang on, I've just realized this thing is sitting on top of a motor. Is there any way we can actually start it up? Ooh, we can. Hang on, let me on. Oh, wow. Eli built Alex the ultimate playground. Oh, man, this is impossible to get on. Do you know how dangerous this thing would be to stop? And look, to turn it on, the lever has to be pulled downward. So you would have to crawl under here, trying not to get decapitated by it, and then grab that handle and push it upward. I guess grind off your knuckles on this thing as it spins. Hang on, wait. Perhaps it can be stopped with the grav gun. Actually, speaking of, can we get ourselves the grav gun? It looks like we can. Yes, okay. Now, this is the one weapon that may actually prove to be extremely useful to us. The door to the old HEV panel. For old time's sake. The fact that you automatically close behind me, suggesting that someone unseen is in the booth doing so. Alright, let's get out there. I truly don't think, though, that for as scary as Ravenholm is, anything is going to beat the train station and city streets of the beginning. I think that is and always will be the apex of this mod, mainly because it's not meant to be creepy. I mean, that's the one part that was supposed to be teeming with activity. Okay, grav gun, you're up. Actually, there are certain things that probably require it. It's kind of funny that you can probably move on without it now. I do wonder, just what extent we're able to backtrack. Let's turn on the ambient sounds again. I know I'm kind of directing this as I go at this point. See, now this is a good application of those soundscapes. Because it's the same thing, but not... This is a real good application of soundscapes because it is just as before, but without those howls and zombie screams. And don't get me wrong, Ravenholm is terrifying in the context of Half-Life 2. But now, finding it totally empty, these bloodstains still present, but nothing for them to have come from, a rope, but nothing hanging from it, not even a swarm of crows to dissipate as we get closer. Dissipate's the wrong word. I mean, I'm describing them like they're particles. Although crows do understand particle physics. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say it, Ravenholm is even creepier in the absence of any of those funhouse Halloween sounds that it usually makes. Did I just get the rake equivalent of stepping on a pallet? One of those things that seems easy enough in video games, but would actually hurt a lot in real life. Here we have another point where we probably don't need to interact with any of this stuff in order to move forward. Though we still could. The thing is, it's all the memories that are attached to these spaces. We come in here with a certain sense of dread, even from the get-go, knowing that there's poison zombies here. And then, I guess when you form that expectation, when they don't show up, you don't feel relief that they're not here. You wonder what you've missed. There's a vent over there. Wait, was that there in the base game? I don't think I've ever seen it before. Okay, we can't mess with this now. Which means we know that there have been changes. There's no way for that fence to be electrified. Has that vent always been there? And if not, what other spaces are around? Oh. I mean, this seems like it could have been here, but still, I've played this game how many times before? I've never seen that. But then again, certain areas of Half-Life 2 are kind of like The Office, where you may have seen the whole series, but when you catch it on TV, no matter what scene it is, you'll swear you've never seen it before. I don't know why, but with everyone I've talked to, that seems to be kind of a universal phenomenon. Wanna climb? Ladders seem to be behaving just a little bit weirdly in this, and I don't know why. Not enough to really cause any significant problems, just something that happens sometimes. Open windows, empty streets, and a low breeze. That's the alone experience. You know what I'm also realizing? Like, this was supposed to be, of course, an arena where you would be entering this area that's filled with zombies, and then you would drop these cars down to crush large groups of them at a time. Maybe there is something that's disconcerting about being in an area that is so clearly designed for something, like gameplay-wise, and not actually having that purpose be fulfilled. Like, I don't even think, with what I'm feeling right now, I don't even think you would necessarily need to know what that purpose was. Like, I'm not saying it from the perspective of you know what's supposed to happen here, but rather you can see that the environment isn't natural because it's made for gameplay purposes, and that stands out more when you don't have to engage with that gameplay. Like, have you ever been walking through a building or structure and just felt like, man, this feels like a paintball arena? Like, it almost doesn't make sense for the type of place that it's designed as. I swear I keep getting jump scared by the little thing in the bottom left saying that my ammo is full. I swear so much of this is just a Half-Life 2 memory test, Trying to remember what we have to do and where. Look at the bloodstains under each of these tables. In the game, there would be a body on each, but now? Now there's just the shadow of a body, essentially. Like, I think even if you haven't played, you would get the idea of what they're supposed to contain. And I think that's one of the weirder things. I'm now realizing it doesn't just feel empty. It doesn't feel like everyone's gone away. It feels like you just can't see them. There's something about the way the emptiness is done in this where it feels almost like the problem is with you and not with the world. That hiss has been so persistent, I'm telling you. Like, I noted it when we first started hearing it, but it can't be explained away by pipes anymore. It's much less frequent, but it just keeps showing up in places where it shouldn't be. And it is directional. It's from somewhere in the environment, but never persistent enough for me to actually find where it's located. Wait. I'm starting to think that's not a hiss, that's a dragging of objects on the ground. Dragging of objects on the ground in places where I am not. God, what if, I mean, I know it would be impossible, but what if this were secretly multiplayer, and it would put you in a world with other players, but constantly transfer you between worlds if you were to get close to getting within eyesight of each other? In that way, you would occasionally see something roll around a corner after a player kicked over a can or something. Maybe hear a footstep or a door opening somewhere in the distance. Alright, cowabunga. There's also something just so strange about how quickly we're moving through all this, about how effortless it is. I mean, of course, that speed is going to be coming to a screeching halt now that we have to wait for this elevator. But I guess it does give me a moment to talk about this. Look, we can even see Father Gregory's church all the way over there. It's like sneaking into a theme park after hours. All the magic is gone, you just kind of see it for bare mechanics, or even with any place, just kind of sneaking into the back areas, like the maintenance halls of a mall. It's like the Langoliers, like you've managed to glitch yourself into somewhere you were never supposed to be. Oh, hey! Normally the zombies would do that, but I can break these things myself. The glow of that fire under the windows of that building makes me think of like a kid putting a flashlight under their chin when they're telling a scary story. Which has the weird side effect of it feeling like it's staring back at me. I believe the fast zombies would actually be able to use these pipes to climb up and over buildings. It's kind of cool because it's a space where we're corralled down a narrow pathway, but they have a lot more options in terms of how they can come at us. Okay, that's not going to open. We can grab the shotgun, and even if it doesn't do us any good, who really cares? We have a shotgun now, and having a shotgun is always better than not having a shotgun. Wait. No, I think you were rolling too. I could see movement in the dark. Was that scripted, or was that just like physics loading weirdly? just every once in a while, whenever I've stopped thinking about it from that perspective, something happens to make me think that there's something more here. But if there's something I've been missing, it's doing a very subtle job of it. I can't seem to interact with this thing. And doing so was really quite important before. There are certain places I'm still compelled to just get through as quickly as I can. Like I know in that dark alley down there, there was always a poison zombie ready to toss off its head crabs. Yep. Solid construction on that chair. Gotta give the maker credit. It's when we enter these houses and it goes truly quiet, like even without me disabling soundscapes, all we hear is my footsteps on wood. We no longer have the ability to open this from the other side. I do wonder how much work it actually took to stitch all this together. Like, clearly there are some accommodations made for the differences in map design, but I wonder just how many triggers something like this breaks. How many things have to be reworked just to allow you forward? I would say don't look down, but then I remembered that it's my job to look down. And kind of hop across all of this. Our goal is the top of that building. We need to activate the lift. I was not supposed to be able to see that angle, was I? But that was like a weird LOD thing. Like that texture was only drawn when I went around the corner. No. Maybe there's just some exceptions made for Ravenholm, but it definitely feels like there's a higher concentration of spooky, unexplained sounds than normal. And it's for that reason that we're going to be closing this door behind us. I have this weird compulsion I find to always look at the rooftops. I always think I'm going to see a silhouetted figure standing on them, just barely visible against the sky. I did not need that high-pitched grinding sound as my only company while I look around paranoid. Like when I have so much area for my eyes to scan, I just know that I'm not seeing everything, and that's where they hide. We may as well take this opportunity to poke around, right? I mean, when else would we? Like, just the thought that this was once a scripted, intense fight, but you can see the artistry in this when you allow yourself to slow yourself down. Like, Valve really did put enough effort into these environments that they can evoke feelings even without the events that are meant to happen here. You know, I always have been wondering if Father Grigori could have survived that. I think he was seen entering the crypt. For all we know, that crazy guy could have a tunnel down there. But I guess that's the idea. He goes from us laughing, and we kind of are left with the impression that he's literally too insane to die. Like, once you've rejected reality a certain amount, reality can't touch you. Note, this does not work in real life. I've tried. Here we are down into the mines. This would be quite a bit simpler if I enabled God mode, but as it stands, even though I haven't been, I'm pretty sure I can take fall damage. Oop. Okay, we probably want to follow that downward. It looks like a lot, but landing on that beam we should be fine. This is one of those things that is a typical platforming level in a game, but in real life this would be completely impossible. Like, when I started doing Urbex, one of the first things I noted was how something that would be so simple in a game is so much more work, like crawling in through a basement window or dropping down onto a pile of debris. Oh, look at this. I had never realized we could climb onto the rock and make our way down gradually. The fact that there's fires burning in the mines, I had never thought about it, but what is causing those? Like, what is their fuel source? I mean, I know mines with certain gases or minerals can catch fire and stay on fire for a very long time. But even still, I can't exactly see what's burning. I believe there's a fence somewhere. Do we need to get on the other side of? Okay, yes, we can go up and over there. I don't know why, but I find it ridiculously satisfying when I try landing on health and it doesn't pick it up, and I'm like, nice, no damage. And down we go. Well, so much for that. Oh, come on, that was far less distance than some other falls I've had. Let's try and reimburse ourselves, maybe? Not from here. Nope, this thing can pull from pretty far away, but not that far. Wait, I just had another idea. Well, because I'm pretty sure I did get this in my Half-Life 2 playthrough. Well, that did the opposite of what I wanted. What is that red thing up there? I don't seem to have a crosshair. So now I guess we'll never know. So now the question is this threat going to be at play? It doesn't seem so, but let's still remain wary. I mean, after everything we've been through, I would hate to be bisected now. It's just bad pacing. I can't place what it is, but somehow this night feels even darker now after emerging from the mines. Is that possible, to enter a space at night and leave at night and still somehow come away with the movie theater effect? And in the dark, with only a flashlight for guidance, the feeling of being corralled through a narrow space is even more pronounced. I think what I love about things like flashlights and headlights is that everything comes to you gradually, everything appearing as if there were a draw distance in real life. There, now we've got some health. And what that means is that if something unexpected were to appear, well, it'll be at that exact same distance as every other object that turned out to be nothing. I think that's why driving through a forest road at night is so scary, because that edge is constantly being populated with new things to catch your attention. So it is in an environment that's large, but very filled with items. Ow. You know, I have seen text show up on the screen, so I know that even with the HUD elements gone, it is still possible for it to show me stuff like that. And I keep thinking back to in the beginning when it said AI disabled. A lot of things can be explained away as that simply being an earlier version that I had by mistake, but even still, it just makes me, it's one of those things that makes me think that there may be something else to this. Like, what if those eyes I always feel on me do have something to them? What if this silence is all building towards something? Like this whole thing is a pressure cooker all waiting to go off all at once. The combination of silence and darkness makes me feel like it's cold in here. Anyone else get that impression? More blood, no bodies. I think we're on the verge of another driving section. There's the magnet, but no Jeep. So, there it is. Seems like this part does have its own soundtrack. Well, if we are to be going for a night road trip, I suppose it's only fitting we should have something to listen to, and that we should use our host's choice of music. Alright, let's put those headlights back on again. And you know what? Is there a way for me to reduce vehicle volume? Unfortunately, not specifically. We can reduce game volume a bit, and I think that wouldn't go amiss. Okay, let's reduce it a little bit more. I'm actually not sure if reducing game volume has also reduced the music volume. But we can get up right here. The soundtrack is still present, but it's so faint. There we go, over the gap. Useful to have at times, for sure. And we're going in there. Whoa, that was a bit of an abrupt transition. Is that, whoa! Oh, I think that was just the legs of these barriers. I turned around and in the dark I saw like these spindly shadows. I thought there was something standing there. I really need to chill out a little bit. Okay, let's put on the radio. Background song. This is one of the few things that's actually still making noise out here. And I'll be honest, I want nothing more than to stop it. Locked. But we can probably still get in through the cellar with the right equipment. An ajar door on a dark night in an abandoned house in an empty world. On a frog on a log in a hole in the bottom of the sea. Come on. Come on, I made it before. Oh my god. Still nothing much of interest. There is something extra eerie now about looking out to sea while listening to this. The sun rising somewhere out there, but we turn around and it makes it feel so far away. Like light itself is something that's so unattainable. Like it's something that exists only on faraway shores. That's the thing. This whole thing has a feeling not just of being alone, but of being left behind, of being the only one who didn't get the memo. It's like sleeping through something important, but no one will tell you what that something was. And so you're just racking your brain trying to figure out where you went wrong. And yet I feel oddly compelled to silence any source of sound I come across. Maybe it's because I'm the designated caretaker of this place. I'm off-put by those sounds that remind me of the way it used to be. And even without having to be told, I know what my job is. It's the surveillance station. I'm almost afraid at what we'll see. The answer is not a whole lot. Although a nice view of the northern lights, I suppose. But I'm also hearing a lot of sounds all around me. No, only when I'm looking through. I swear, I heard the sounds of, like, objects impacting or scraping. It stopped the instant I looked away. I don't care what anyone says. I think there's something up with this mod. Anyway, like I said, I don't like to linger in one place for all too long. There we go. We need to put some more songs on. Dark Interval seems... wait, what's Self-Esteem Fund? Well, let's have some variety in here. Yeah, unfortunately, lowering the game volume seems to also lower the music volume, which is weird because they're separate sliders. I still don't want to be listening to that the whole time. Actually, I've noticed, maybe it's because it doesn't think it needs to because of the darkness, but the LOD is a little weird. I'm constantly seeing things appear in the distance. You're not allowed. See, this is what I meant about objects on the edge of your headlights. The idea that all of this looks like it should be populated, but knowing it was just sitting here silently in the dark until you arrived. You kind of feel like you're interrupting something. I just felt a really weird thing right there as I passed that truck. Like, my character didn't stop suddenly, but like slowed down suddenly. Almost as if the character I'm controlling hesitated for a second. That was a little bit strange. Still, the fact that it gives me access to music, I really hope I don't have to mute it because it adds a tremendous amount to the experience. Wait, there's a little keypad there. You know what? I think in the base game there's supposed to be a battle here, and I think there's supposed to be a gate that the resistance opens when you get through. Down here is where we meet with the officer on how to use the rocket launcher. And to be honest, in a situation like this, I would probably start using them as flares. Just sending these RPGs up to explode in the sky, in the hope that anyone will see either the explosions themselves or at least the smoke trails. Just start using them like high explosive flares. In fact, I don't know what it is, I just feel like starting some fires right now. There, see, like fireworks. Just something to, even if for only a split second, have some light in the night. Get out of here. This place is a ghost town. Which is a bit of an unnecessary statement when playing a mod like this, but I digress. The point is, I wonder what our ultimate goal is. It's almost like we're playing from the memory of our Half-Life 2 objectives to guide us. because otherwise there's no reason to follow this path. You can see another thumper over there. We can also set our own objectives, such as silencing all of these guys. You're already silenced. Almost as if someone's been here before me. Huh. Okay. Okay, we need to... This is one puzzle we are actually gonna have to engage with. We need that crane to pick up the Jeep and drop it down where we need it. So let's switch that flashlight again. Oddly enough, it's actually a lot of the indoor environments where I find that the soundscapes are a little overbearing. I mean, for some reason, even though it's a classic in liminal space maps, I find that the hum of electric lights is actually somewhat comforting, given the greater context that it's placed in. But out here, when it's just that low wind, that's when it feels really empty. And it's because a part of your brain almost looks for, like, at least distant traffic noise. Something. Maybe an airplane engine overhead, but you're denied even that. And this is going to be a little tough because, thankfully we can still, against all logic, see the shadow. Let's do this claw machine style. There we go. And let's bring you around town. I know it was just this structure kind of creaking under the strain of the metal, but overall that, I swear I heard like a roar on my left. I'd really like to better see where I'm looking. I can kind of see the shadow. There we go. Yeah, that was actually really, really difficult in the dark. Oh, right. We also need to use the crane to knock that bridge down so that we can get over. This should be significantly easier. Worst case, we can use one of the crates to do the job. There we go. Easier than I thought, given that I'm blind as a bat up here. There should be like a switch in here so that we can open the gate, right? There we are. I'm compelled to run. Like, it's not just because I'm rushing, because I don't have anything to say. Like, I honestly feel compelled to run and just get out of, especially the silent areas, as quickly as I can. Alright, back to headlights. And we're out. We are only starting our creepy and comfy road trip. You guys really are getting more of the long drive, just in every form except the right one. Although, actually, I believe at this point you have gotten another one. So I can't even make that joke anymore. Let's see what else we have. Gone. And it lists the artist as well, but it's kind of hard to read. Nope. Yeah, I'm gonna start. There we go. Said there we go. So while that's... Wait, so... This is kind of being glitchy. There we go. Making our way down the road, passing the wrecks of everything that came before. Now just debris for us to clear. Yeah, I really do wonder what you would do here if you left the grav gun behind. I love the soundtracks that they've included. The fact that there's a whole playlist with like a shuffle function and everything. Because I guess that's part of the dreamlike sense of wandering that this game has. It's creepy and comfy. And where it falls on that sliding scale really is going to depend on the player. I mean, for some people, this might just be like a relaxing exploration mode for Half-Life 2. It's got those creepy overtones by setting it at night, but it doesn't have to feel that way. Also, this is... Yeah, this is really glitching out. The music can transition through levels is not working properly. I'd rather hit the cars than go over the side. That was very, very close. Look at that. No! My god. Oh, well. That's gonna be a reload. Whoa. Whoa! We came careening out of there. Now I'm just going to push you guys out of the way because you seem to be lighter than air. And I'm just going to keep driving. It's the swerve that gets you. Curse me and my inability to not look at every little house on the side of the road. See, this track, I think, most exemplifies what I was talking about. Because it is low and a little eerie, but really it's more strange. Just as if we're kind of taking this all in with a sense of wonder rather than fear. There's a sense of curiosity to it. Let's set this thing off. Out of my way, you. Look at that, driving down this coastal road, we get the best view of the sun we've yet seen. If that is the sun. I mean, just how long has this place been in night? You sort of get the impression that our character's journey started here. Come on, go, go, go. Wow, that's really annoying. Can I get some leverage on it by going this way? I actually kind of can. That's better. I swear I can remember this part giving me some issues when I did my recent playthrough. I think there was a whole swarm of Combine using this as an outpost. But this is the kind of thing, I'm going to turn it to low for just a second. I guess it doesn't make much difference in such a tight space, but this is what I love the most in urban exploration, is these small, cramped rooms and corridors with a flashlight filling the space. Oops. Oh wow, hey, that's the difference between filter on and filter off. See, filter off, filter on. The filter certainly does make it feel a lot better. Okay. Let's try end. Oops. There we are transitioning between levels. What did not transition was the orientation of my controls. Oh, I know precisely where we are. In fact, that musical peak came at just the right time for that house to appear on our headlights. Hang on, we're transitioning back to low. This place always creeped me out, and with that door closing behind us, I suppose it may also be haunted. It always felt haunted, honestly. And it's not just because of what happens here. This unassuming house like the others that came before. And up on this level, after you've been chasing the sounds throughout this entire place, there would be a poison zombie. The thing that's very strange to me about this, though, I'm pretty sure there's still one more level above this, or is there? Wait. We can break through this window, but we can't climb outside. It's too thin. Oh, wait. Whoa, wait. We can actually jump down the chimney. Ho, ho, ho! What do you know? That's pretty cool. Imagine of disposing of roller mines that way. Yeah, no, just that door in particular closes behind us. And very quickly, too. I do remember... I mean, I do wonder if that's a new thing or not. Yeah, there is. There's a third level that we can't access. This whole house, without anything else being communicated, just feels so mysterious. I am thinking we're not going to get much out of exploring the underside of this bridge. So I'm just going to take this way up, unless it makes us. Nope, we're free to go. Now's another time where I have to wonder, is it gonna do the thing? It does not seem so. I mean, on the one hand, I'm glad they didn't, because it would sort of ruin the overall vibe at the expense of a single gag. But dang if it wouldn't have given me an absolute heart attack if a train sounded its horn and came rushing through the tunnel at me at the last moment. Through here. It's quite a speed bump. And that's quite a roadblock. Oh, we still have to get through somehow. Thankfully, we have just the tool for the job. Actually, when we lost the Jeep earlier, I did note that we didn't get the asset lost game over screen. So I guess it is technically possible to just continue on foot, and the game won't stop you. Not that I want to, personally. I love these dark ambient road trip vibes, and I hope you do as well. Of course, we could always have a look in these side rooms if we wanted. Locked. But there is a way in. Oof. Locked until the very moment this stuff is removed. Oh no, it'll remain locked. So I guess there's just redundancy of locked and barricaded. Given that we initially found this place infested with zombies, I guess I can understand why. Total silence. I'm realizing now that's been a rarity. Now, I'm not honestly sure if we're nearing the end of the road. I think we just might be, but look at that, the water below as we head downhill. Our headlights seeing all these power lines as they pass in front of us. How are we negotiating this? Ramming? I think ramming works. Ooh, we're even taking a box with us. Off you go. Another ominous-looking house on the coast. With a light on upstairs. I just realized that. There's a light on. Was it true in the base game? Hang on. This one feels pretty haunted, too. I'm even going to lower the FOV on the flashlight for this one. I love the idea of a horror protagonist just kind of dramatically increasing their potential for scares, preparing to get the best possible moment. But I was going to say, this house on the coast, it kind of reminds me of Eyes of the Amaryllis. That one light is giving me so much to think about. I mean, this place looks like it was abandoned even before. Well, I guess those two lights. And nothing much else. That's all there is. Some of these windows already broken, looking out to sea. And a chimney, which we can now slide down. Unfortunately, we can't go all the way down to the first level. Still locked. I mean, isn't this just Horror 101? You're driving out in the middle of nowhere, no contact with anyone, and then you see that one sentinel standing all on its own? But the light on means there must be someone who can help, right? Okay, we absolutely need everything at the max settings, though, in order for headlights to work. Even then, they're somewhat lacking. What do you say we have a look at the radio again? No. Hey, I've just realized by holding Alt, you actually do get a quieter engine rev. I've really got to wonder how playing this would feel to a player in 2004. Like, would this feel as desolate if you don't have the experience with Half-Life 2, if you don't have the memories associated with it? They can certainly enhance it, but I've got to wonder, on its own, does it work at all? And the answer is, even though it's my own question, I'm going to add some additional context. Stuff like this didn't really exist in 2004. I mean, real vibes-based experiences, maybe there were some mods like this, but it certainly wasn't common. Nowadays, I feel like the general public is actually much more receptive, much more accepting of real subtle stuff like this, things that tackle those vague feelings rather than slashers and other such things. And I think it really does just come down to awareness. It gets people interested when things like this come around and they're a novel idea. Hey, have you heard that there's a game where there's no enemies, it's just you alone and exploring this empty environment? Stuff like that would have been really, really interesting at the time. I remember being impressed when I heard about the Penumbra games years ago, and being like, whoa, wait, so you don't have any weapons? You just have to hide from the enemies? I don't remember how we do this. Can we actually just fit the Jeep through there? I mean, we could always cheese it. Maybe cheese isn't an option. Maybe we can just go around that grassy area. And we... Oh, come on, it's stuck. There we go, just needed that little extra push. Tunnels, it's like the world decided, were you having too much fun? Were you too comfortable driving the coast? Well, now we'll give you the same thing, but it's dark and cramped and you can't see anything. It actually sort of does feel like we're getting closer to sunlight, because look, we can see it reflected on the surface of the water down below. I know it's the same skybox, but it does seem like we're making progress. Under. I think we put that on before. There's always a lighthouse. Okay, I think we can put away our high-power flashlight for a time. It's a different setting, but it is definitely giving me that Call of Pripyat energy. Look at this. Okay, yeah, no, all of these doors are closing a lot more quickly than they normally would. Okay, how are we getting up here? Ooh. I was in here in my recent playthrough, but I don't believe I actually found this stash. No need for any further grenades. There is a certain amount of ambient light. It's not totally pitch black, but I guess it only makes sense given there is some light poking through the clouds. I know that we're supposed to be going down, but of course I'm gonna go try and stand in this thing. You know, I was a lighthouse keeper once, and it didn't end well for me. It was a really delirious and confusing time in my life. Every once in a while, like every time there's a lighthouse in a game, I'll reference one of the early channel playthroughs of No One Lives Under the Lighthouse, and every time there will be some people like, really? You were a lighthouse keeper? I wonder if that profession even exists. It certainly doesn't exist as portrayed by Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson, aka Batman and the Green Goblin. Although imagine that sitcom, Batman and the Green Goblin running a lighthouse together in the 1800s. This is why games like this are a war crime, because they leave me alone to my thoughts for too long, and you get stuff like this. I'm just imagining the Green Goblin deliberately screwing with the light. Batman has to stop him, because he's always trying to deliberately crash boats onto the rocks so that he can loot their stuff. The thing is, Batman would be kind of stuck here, because the Batwing can't land on an island like this. Or at least I don't think so. Do the Batwing have VTOL capabilities? But the Green Goblin can land his glider just wherever. Yeah. Ow. All I was thinking was, please don't slide off. You know what, maybe we could take a save right now. The game does autosave at all the usual points, but I still don't trust it. And I promise I'm not going to turn the rest of this playthrough, or probably only like, what, halfway, 2/3 of the way through? I promise not to turn the rest of this into a podcast about my Batman Green Goblin wiki screenplay. What am I even talking about? I wonder, does the sand still have the same danger as in the base game? Answer, most certainly not. But you're still not gonna convince me not to play the floor as lava. Look how it tempts you with those explosive rounds. Thankfully, we've got a grav gun. It's the added silence that makes this so much more tense. I believe in the base game you'd be able to hear those antlions chittering away under the sand. But now it just feels like I keep saying that you feel like this small thing in a big world. The ambient music is helping here as well. I'm not sure if that's a track that I put on or if it's something that started because we transitioned to this level. And I actually think having a little bit of sun in the distance actually helps this. Something I've talked about before is how I feel like there's something to be said for morning horror. Because some light, the kind of light you have to squint into, can be worse than no light at all. That feeling that you've made it through the dark night, but there's still, I don't know, you haven't quite made it, that something might have followed you into the day from the night. There we go. Speaking of the Dark Knight, what if it was Christian Bale's Batman running the lighthouse with the Green Goblin? Yeah, the thing about nothing is that, you know, there does come a certain point where you've said all there is to be said about a certain thing, and you kind of have to start improvising. Perhaps we have reached that point. I remember getting a little bit confused about what we're supposed to do here. Nope. Oh well, it doesn't matter. That thumper doesn't seem to be doing anything. Huh, if we can get up there, there's a lambda cache. Actually, just because I don't think I've seen that before, I am gonna go and try and get that. We can come around to this side. Can we climb up there in some way? Well, if we can get on the roof, we can. No. But possibly yes. Hang on. Wait. No, don't you fall over. Don't you fall over. This physics engine is wreaking havoc, am I right? Get it? Havoc? It's a physics engine? Yep. And here's our stash. Alright, well, that was fun. It feels so strange to be left to wander such a huge area with no vehicle. And you wouldn't really notice it in the base game because you're so preoccupied with everything that's going on. But now we really are just wandering our way among the detritus and driftwood. Every once in a while we do need to check on our health because we can die in this. I can't believe this has all been one sitting. I really can't believe this has all been one sitting. Like, from the train to here, we haven't stopped. And that was always one of the big things about Half-Life, because it didn't have level transitions or cutscenes. You were with your character for the entire journey, and I feel like that's one of the most innovative things about it. I mean, even back when I was just playing it and I wasn't being nearly as analytical for the first time, I still noted that. How absolutely immersive it was to be there from the beginning to the end in that perspective. I don't know, it makes everything feel so much more real. I've always thought that, you know, in screenwriting and in making experiences in fiction land, you gotta focus on the details. You gotta show all the little challenges so that you appreciate all that goes into something. If you just yada yada your way through what would be considered the boring stuff, it means you have to keep escalating until it just becomes absurd. I'm not even so much talking about just Half-Life right now. I'm saying, within reason, the more it makes you work for something, the more you appreciate it. It's why in Minecraft, like, building some huge palace in survival mode is so appealing. Because there were logistics involved, there was thought and planning involved. Still, talking about the mod itself, when you're passing through these spaces, like, they're still lit as if there's people here. They're still set dressing as if there's people here. It makes it feel like you just missed them, and that's even eerier than a completely empty world. We kind of got that on the streets of the city, but on the outskirts, it's almost more like people are avoiding us. And maybe that plays into the feelings of being rejected, that no one told us about this event that was happening, that we were the only one not ready, the only one not in the know, and now on top of that, everyone's keeping just out of sight. It's like the ultimate version of being given the silent treatment. Only we don't even know what we did, or how they're actually pulling this off. I don't know what's worse, the idea that this just happened one day, or the idea that it's something that is being done to us. I mean, if it's something that's being done to us, I suppose there's the idea that it could be reversible. If it is something that just happened, maybe it's something that could have always happened. Maybe it's something that has always been true. I mean, maybe we've always been here, and the time we spent with people that got us accustomed to that was just a hallucination, a delusion that we were suddenly broken out of. Here's where we would be leading our antlion charge, our sort of sideways D-Day. But right now I recognize it as, holy cow, we've already made it to Nova Prospect. I'm thinking I'm probably just going to make this one mega long video, even though I easily could break this up into parts. It just seems, after everything I just said about one unbroken experience, minus like a couple of necessary cuts here and there, but they'll never be more than a few seconds, I feel like it is worth it to have this all in one go. These empty, winding bunkers covered in graffiti and failing concrete definitely reminds me of the end stages of Cry of Fear. Especially with the soundtrack choices in this. Even though one isn't playing right now, like, there really is a similarity that conveys the desolation, the loneliness. Cry of Fear was about nothing if not loneliness. Come through here. Or into here. Want a crossbow? Even when we're not using it, those rounds are so rare. Sometimes I don't feel like the flashlight is even necessary. Sometimes we should just turn it off and appreciate the ambient lighting. Although I'm mostly using the flashlight just for viewer experience, I don't know how well you'll be able to see this. The lighting is always a bit different after recording, usually trending towards darker. Man. You see that? The LOD is doing a weird thing. I can see a couple of lights on up there. Only as I look away. Huh. Wait, no, now we can see it. What is that? Is that a guard tower? It's almost like some blocky-headed giant staring down at us from the mountain. Alright, well, in any case, we've got some platforming to do. All this way to go explore a prison. To go back to the thought I had earlier, of the sort of inherent appeal of being the last person on Earth and getting to explore all those secrets that would have been off limits before. Area 51. Just about everybody is going to Area 51 and probably stepping on a landmine. But if you can figure it out, imagine the cool stuff that's there, all the experimental aircraft and technologies we have no idea about, things that are decades ahead of anything we know. Weird to think that some of that stuff will be on our phone in a couple more decades. Of course, by then they'll have something that's even more advanced. Oh, I thought it was splitting off. I think maybe before there would have been a head crab or something to catch us off guard in that little space. I find I'm constantly distracting myself by thinking about what would have been here. And I don't know if that's making it less lonely for myself, just to keep myself occupied, or if there is some value in noting the contrast. Alright. Run and jump. The problem is the sprint, jump, and transition into crouch jump. It's not easy to do on my recording keyboard. That stuff is also close together. It kind of causes my fingers to cramp up. Anything down here? Boom. Well, I guess it feels good to walk through here without having to worry about eyes from the watchtowers. They were always the biggest threat. I mean, this doesn't seem even like a typical Eastern European prison. The Combine might have turned it into this, but it looks and feels more like an old fortress. I mean, those huge concrete, or rather stone walls. Actually, I believe Alex does say something to the effect of, it used to be a prison. It's something much worse now. Those are the eyes that stared down at us. And now that creature in the dark has many eyes. Go figure. Still, with all these lights on, it definitely doesn't feel quite as dead as at least the city did. Once again, I really don't think anything is going to be able to top that initial shock of there being absolute silence and darkness in there. No fires burning in this area. It's very selective, and it's part of my fascination with this is just thinking about which things the creator chose to disable, which puzzles we would have to engage with. Most of them are removed, and which factors of the environment will be left versus removed. It doesn't always seem consistent, and it kind of makes me wonder what their process was. Now we're doing urban exploration. Mostly silent except the creaks and groans of this old building. The concrete buckling under its age. All in an anciently old environment that looks like it has not actually seen better days. This is probably one of its better days. And that's saying something. At least it's got clearly marked English... At least it's got clearly marked English exit signs. That's something I never really thought about until now. We haven't taken an ounce of suit damage this entire time. I am truly baffled as to why there was a script early in the game in the train yard area that disables our flashlight, but only for a couple of segments. Why would it do that? I mean, that idea is even more disturbing to me than the idea that everyone could have suddenly vanished. Every once in a while, it makes you appreciate an environment more to just look up. That's when you see the complete image. I find when you look up, you see the concept art. And that's the thing. I think that's part of the value in a mod like this, is being able to see something like this from a different perspective. Because in casting it in a completely different light, not only does it change the experience fundamentally, you see some of the things that were always there. In a way, it can make you appreciate the original even more. I'll be honest, I've always wanted to explore an abandoned prison. They're kind of hard to get into for obvious reasons. The closest I've come to that is I have explored like a psych ward for patients who were involuntarily committed, a criminal building. But even that didn't have anywhere near the security of something like this. Had dorms rather than cells. Really, it's just some caged junctions and hallways. We finally have the pulse rifle. Is that everything now? I believe that's all the Half-Life 2 weapons. Well, we didn't get the bug bait, but, well, it would be kind of pointless. There's no bugs. I don't have reason to want it, I just want it. I'm like a billionaire. All of this ammo and nothing to spend it on. It feels so wrong, and yet I'm still compelled to scavenge. Now, I have actually seen a structure like this in real life, and it was every bit as creepy. In that case, it was an abandoned laundry building. Look at this, these windows, but with the metal shutters down over them. It makes the hallway seem even more ominous. Like they really don't want you climbing out at just this moment. Makes this whole area feel like a trap, which, of course, if you've played Half-Life 2, it is. Albeit not an intentional one. Okay, this might be a time for the grenade to do its thing. The kaboom wasn't as earth-shattering as I was expecting from that distance, but it gets us through. Given the state of these fences, this place probably wasn't functioning as much of a prison even before. Some of these cells are wide open with their sliding doors. And some of these remain locked. I don't even really need the flashlight here, I definitely don't. And I always prefer to let environmental lighting do its thing whenever possible. Of course, we can't mess with this. It's almost like we're following in the footsteps of Gordon Freeman. Hello, what do you mean, lambda cache? Do you mean below, or does that cell actually potentially do something? Ah, look at that! I mean, it doesn't make a tremendous amount of sense. You guys had a cache hidden inside Nova Prospect? That thing that you've only been able to get images of from, like I guess, camera feeds that have been sent back? I mean, I understand that a lot of this damage and some of these conveniences are because it was under attack by antlions at the time we arrived, but that one's just a little bit ridiculous. Out of my way. Okay, we're gonna have to stop that blade. Gravity gun, you're up again. There we go. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's not working the way I would like. Okay, let's try it with the shovel. There we... Ow. I swear this was the solution before. There we... Ow. Come on. Oh. I am deeply confused. Last time I played, I shoved something in there and it just kind of worked. But not knowing how much health I have, we really should be looking for a kit somewhere. Can either of you help me? You cannot. I suppose that whole thing was optional. Normally it's quite a bit less optional. I think there would be turrets walking down that way. Hey, look, an impromptu skylight. God, this place is huge. Like, when we wander from cell block to cell block like this, we start to realize, like, the true capacity that this place would have held. And you know, for as different as this mod makes it, it is actually a bit scarier, I think, in the main game, because you spend all your time wandering through these cell blocks, and at a certain point you're gonna have to realize they're still operating this prison, but we haven't seen a single prisoner yet. I guess that's kind of your hint that there is something more going on deeper into the facility. And now we've got free reign. The fact that this would have all been Combine occupied makes me think about when dictatorships fall and people are actually kind of given the freedom to explore all those government areas. And we rarely like what we find. All that stuff that had been going on for so long, just hidden from public view, even if they kind of knew it was happening. It's another thing entirely to actually see it. There's actually a fair amount of complexity to this, and you start to see it once you don't have all these barriers in the way. Like normally in game design, even if an area is pretty extensive, you won't really feel that way because, you know, you're only taking it piece by piece. You're only exploring the area that they've left unlocked at a time. In this case, we have the run of the full thing, and it actually feels kind of wrong. It actually feels kind of confusing because it's without that guidance. I actually can't go through here. I don't know where I'm going. Oh, through here. Okay. Ooh, almost stepped down into the hole. That would have been a doozy. There's something so weird about seeing this place in this crumbling state, but with the lights still on. Like, they truly don't care to the point where they're actually expected to run this way, because as far as the Combine are concerned, as long as the walls are standing, the prisoners will be kept in, so who cares what kind of state it's in? And here's where they've made the mistake of designing the laundry room specifically for shootouts. It would actually be a huge pain to do laundry in here. These old areas just kind of sequestered away in the back where few probably even know they're here. So it's just that one off-limits area, but I guess it's because a lot of people who go to explore don't come back. Every once in a while, when the soundscapes are at their dimmest, when there's nothing active in the environment, I really pay attention to my footsteps. Because those footsteps, every once in a while, and this is true of any game that has footsteps, even in real life, I occasionally think I hear one that doesn't match up with my own walking, one that's just a little bit out of sync, one that sounds like it came from just a slightly different spot from where it should have. And it really freaks me out big time every time that occurs. Can actually take a bit more of you. I guess we did lose some suit at some point. I guess we lost like all our suit at one point. You know what? You know what? I think hitting that propeller, that fan, actually almost killed me. I guess I just lacked the ability to do a proper damage assessment on that. Where to now? Oh, right through there. Let's move this stuff out of the way. I love how in smashing two boxes together, the one that was propelled through the other one survives. But aside from the sounds, I will say, as I have said before, that these areas aren't all that different, except why are things constantly breaking behind me? No, I've been talking about this for the entire time, and now it's 100% true. I had thought that, okay, maybe something was just breaking because I, like, stepped on it and it caused, like, a physics collision. No, things are definitely breaking around me after I've moved past them, after I should be having no effect on them whatsoever. I will once again reiterate my belief that this mod does things beyond just the ambiance change. Was that noise supposed to play? We had that moment where we could just look up and see all those racks and rail cars. This is the moment where we learn what this place really is. But the fact that it's empty, the fact that it's no longer in operation, like, I don't know what it is. There's something about the remnants of old evil. Something that was once used for something so horrible, but now it's just metal rusting in the dark. I mean, the situation we find ourselves in is very much a for better or worse situation, isn't it? For better or worse, the Combine are gone. Okay. Unfortunately, no one's coming to greet us this time. So we just move forward. And even though we haven't seen anyone this entire time, ever since we just suddenly found ourselves here, I nevertheless can't help but feel beckoned by an ajar door. Because for every second that passes without finding someone, that should serve as evidence that nothing is going to happen, but it just makes me think that the wind-up toy is being wound to the point where it could shoot into the sun the second you let go. It just makes it higher tension. The fact that we can choose endings makes it higher tension. The fact that there is some kind of conclusion to this. I do wonder if there is going to be some kind of explanation. I mean, look at that. We haven't seen a screen on this entire time, but that one, looking down at a kitchen, it feels like some kind of abstract message that we're meant to understand, but don't. I don't believe I've ever noticed that cache before. It's on top of the soda machine, so it would be cool if it were a Harrier jet. I wonder how many people are actually going to get that. Here, no. Normally we would be relying on Alex to open the gate for us. Is there something we can do here? Oh, no, no, no. There's this right here. I think I'm thinking of something else. Well, there's no going back now. As if I would have any reason to, ever. In a situation like this, in a situation where you are the only one left, there's nothing left to do but to explore. And with the world at your fingertips, there's no reason to even consider what's behind you. It doesn't exist anymore. With what you have left, why experience the same thing twice? It's weird because it's simultaneously a huge liberation and nothing to do with that liberation. It's the kind of thing that would... I think I would start wondering if I'm really a person at all. Like, what do I do? What personality do I have if there's no reason to speak? I never noticed that before. There was a balcony here, but I guess it was torn away to make space for these pod storage elevators. That's a cool world-building detail. And it's one of those things that shows, like, why they're not actually using it as a prison anymore. I mean, why use the cells when you have something so much more compact and so much more able to prevent shenanigans? It's crazy that the Combine are so casually doing things that would be considered cruel even by prison standards, even by Eastern European prison standards. You know, I'm only now thinking about how weird it is that the art direction for this game is what it is. I mean, of course it's got that whole Eastern European run-down aesthetic, that sort of semi-post-apocalyptic feel. But that's kind of a weird change. Like, that's not something I feel like you could have predicted from the lab shooter of Half-Life 1. It doesn't exactly feel like a natural progression, and yet, all these years on, I can't imagine it any other way. Oops. Oh my god. Well, the water isn't electrified anymore. I guess that makes things a bit easier for us. Let's place you over here. Once again, expectations color everything. Like when we were skipping across the sand when antlines weren't present. I wonder how many old habits that are entirely based around concern for other people would have to be unlearned in a world like this. I mean, would you go absolutely feral? Would you become mute? Would your thought processes actually change? There we go. Out of my way. The king is coming through. And why am I the king? Because I say I'm the king, and there's no one to tell me otherwise. We can explore places we couldn't before because the energy barriers are down. Nope, come on. Don't do this to me. Well, I suppose it makes sense. We were never supposed to be here. But where do we leave in the game itself? Probably through here. Do we need anything? I've damaged myself accidentally so many times. It's hard to believe one sitting we're like a huge chunk of the way through the entire game. But when there's nothing to oppose you, all you have are these environments. You know, I did try and find out prior to playing if this mod works in VR, and it doesn't from what I've seen. I guess unless you were to do some crazy workarounds. However, the developer did say, they did mention that they were at least trying to get in touch with the Source VR team. That's not the name, I'm not sure what exactly they're called. But, you know, the people who work on this stuff. I think this is our ride. Yes, this is the Combine teleport that, in story, would send us 2 weeks into the future. But in this case, I think it's just gonna have to be right now. The mod does have the option of causing it to go to daylight once we take this teleport after Nova Prospect. I don't think I'm going to be enabling that. I think it makes far more sense. I think it's more immersive. I think it's creepier if this all takes place over the course of one night. I think that's more in the spirit of Half-Life. However, I've been sitting here recording for like 3 hours, 45 minutes, so I think for now, I'm just gonna give myself a little break and get back to you in a bit. Right after we take this sick teleport, of course, because that's a level transition, and I just realized that actually makes tremendously more sense. Here we go. Right back to where we were before. I don't know if that sound was always there, but God, that sent chills down my spine. Look, still nighttime through the windows, still dark. But wow, having our progress sent back like this, of doing all that and coming right back here, it's like a looping dream, the kind of dream where no matter what you do, no matter what tangents it takes, it always ends up back in the same place. It's the kind of thing that would make me question, anything since we left here, did that even happen? Or was it all just a hallucination while we were sitting in this chamber? Alright, I am going to go ahead and give myself that break now, but man, look, even these cameras are still showing that kitchen. Of course, this will remain unbroken for you. Okay, Audacity is recording. OBS is recording. I have microphone levels on OBS, and I have desktop levels on OBS. We are good to go. All right, all rested. Let's see what we can do. Now, for some reason, we still can't seem to activate this teleporter. I swear I remember this being interactive. Actually, now that I think about it, it's a fun little bit of foreshadowing. But I guess we can move on now. Huh. I'm pretty sure at this point we should be jumping down this elevator shaft, shouldn't we? Maybe we have to move back the way we came? All of this is returned. We could take that elevator back up. Wait, it really has just brought us back to the beginning. Now I'm really curious. This is a major departure. Huh. Well, we can come back through this door. This door wasn't openable before. Are these stairs gonna break now? That was another thing I noticed, is that they don't break in this version of the mod. Square peg goes through square hole. I think that bloodstain wouldn't have been here before because we couldn't come here before. Can we get out that window? We can. Unfortunately, there's an invisible wall preventing us from getting onto the overpass. This doesn't seem right. Is this the way this is supposed to go? I am so confused. Hey, there's our box on the street. Hang on, I'm gonna consult the Alone mod options. Come day after Nova Prospect, that's all it says. It doesn't say enable those areas. I mean, we're back here with weapons, there's that. Maybe something really is different as we retrace our steps. Look at that, one share in the attic just staring out the window. I can't open this door anymore. Maybe I do have to climb down onto the street? This is, somehow, that's even more disturbing than the emptiness is coming back to this area we've already been, and I know we're not supposed to be in. This feels like the back rooms of Half-Life 2, essentially. Right? What if we take that ladder down? I can break these boxes now. If I needed to. There's an opening here that we saw before. I don't get it. I don't get what I'm supposed to do. Normally we would be going out onto the destroyed streets with all this fighting. Well, I wasn't expecting the fighting, but I was expecting those maps. God, look at this. Knowing that the only thing that's reflecting back at me from these buildings is my flashlight. It's like it's darker even in the light. At least that's how I perceive it. We could jump over this fence. Are we meant to? It kind of seems like we're meant to. Horror baby. Right where I left you. God, this is so weird. I can't believe it was only a few hours ago that I walked through this exact place. But now it feels very, very different. Are these barriers still enabled? They are. Can we go back into the train station? And take the train straight back to Nova Prospect. I didn't open these doors before. I noted that they were ajar. I didn't open them before. Get back in here. We're not animals. But we're not going to be able to climb back up. No. In fact, all these boxes are gone. Hey, this fence over here is down. There are some other changes. Wow, okay, I realize what you're doing now. I realize what it's doing now. We would have come back over here. But not only is it completely removing any semblance of people from these maps, it's removing any changes to the environment that happen as a result of people. The reason that section is cut or different is because there's no revolution happening. There's no damage, there's no fire. We're returning to it exactly as it was before. That is dedication. For that alone, this is so much cooler than I thought. Oh, hey, DD. Well, the plug pulling is working now. Okay, we can't go up here, but there was another way around. Look at that. Out of many, just 2 streetlights still on. That is so creepy. Those are the only lights we've seen working in this city. I actually kind of feel like I should... Oh no, I still had this on extremely high. How did I manage that? Okay, there we go. That's more appropriate. Although it did give us some unique views for a little bit. Our goal, I guess, as always, is still the Citadel. And given its commitment to not having any reference to human life, or otherwise, I really wonder how it's going to handle that. mean, I was really worried that at a certain point I would be all out of things to say about, oh look, it's Half-Life 2, but there's no one here. And to a certain extent I did, but now it's just a question of how are they going to handle certain things. Well, investigating the light on in the window has always proved useful. Even if I can't right now, we're moving past it. That's the thing, like, it's not that there's no trace. This thing will literally, I'm sorry, but I have to talk about this for a second. This thing will literally rewrite entire sections of the game so that it doesn't have to reference people being present. And yet it'll do things like have a single light on in the window. It'll do things like have 1 or 2 streetlights working in the street. That's not just a conversion mod, that's doing something, that's saying something. Of course it is just a source engine thing when you hear something fall to the ground as a level loads. But I still have a right to be freaked out by it. This is America after all. Or wherever this takes place. Okay, we can come up here. We can look around. Oh, they preempted me by boarding up the windows trying to save the TV. It's not gonna work. Well, maybe it is. Yeah, wow, this whole place. Isn't that just so creepy? Flashlights in narrow hallways, it just always gives me the heebie-jeebies. Well, I was just gonna say, I guess some life has survived, but no more. I was gonna say, was this secretly a Melonade map? Anyway, this is coming outside with me. It's getting the Jazz on Fresh Prince treatment. There we go. The only difference is I'm coming out with it. I think it's really interesting, and I realize that this mod has been in production for a while, but I think it's really interesting that it's being complete and really blowing up at the 20th anniversary. A milestone for this game that never really went away. I mean, obviously its influence is huge, but like tons of people still play it. It still gets mentioned all the time. And yet it feels like one of those nostalgic games. Like, a big part of video game creepypastas is returning to nostalgic games that have been largely forgotten, of games that have been kind of left memory hold. Not so for this one, and yet it feels just the same. Maybe it's because it never left. Maybe it's a simple case of Uncanny Valley. For example, having no windows here at all, not even frames. That's not something that feels abandoned, that's just something that feels unfinished almost, like we are playing a beta version of the game. The TV didn't even break. Locked. Yeah, the selectiveness of these lights is certainly really weird. Also noting that a lot of these windows are boarded, meaning the same, I guess, could be true for a lot of buildings on the street. I wonder how many of them are actually lit up on the inside, like they're trying to prevent that light from being seen. Okay, I have actually gotten completely turned around. Which way to the exit? Right here. I'm back out where I started. There's a front door here. So we need to make the left. No? Is this building not it at all? We can make our way down the street. Yeah, we're going the right way. I remember this. I remember taking cover inside this building from the snipers. And there we can see more lights on in windows. It's actually crazy how many of these buildings are opened up. I'm not even sure. I don't think you could enter these buildings in the base game, could you? Oh no, we found the spirit at the heart of this. There's the ghost of a couch. It's even physically interactive. I'm not one to think that something is automatically scary just because it's empty. You know, I mean, I try to visit places that are empty all the time. I like my solitude, I like my urbex. And it's not always creepy. It's not inherently creepy. But something about this. And something about the way it's done, especially now that I'm seeing all the liberties that have been taken, I'm starting to feel intention in this. Like, I'm sure it would be very easy to just run the base game with a script that removes entities. But this is so much more than that. Okay, I think I might recall there being a shootout in this space. Actually, that's a fairly deep basement. This is so weird. It's actually an expanded City 17 where we can actually enter a bunch of these interiors. So many weaving floors and hallways. Yeah, probably just have to go down here. There we are. Oh, the underground tunnel, but look at this. We can sort of see the signs of collapse back there. But it's all been blocked off with these combined barricades. They are really committed to making sure that there are no signs of destruction, no resistance. Just us and the empty streets, including this grass growing in the dividers. This time we're entering the tunnel without a vehicle, and it makes it feel so long. I keep seeing shapes, and like these barrels do it because of the similar color scheme, but I just got it from this as well. I keep seeing like the vague shapes and colors of zombies, and it's a mixture of a jump scare and relief every time I realize it isn't. If I had been damaged, it would have been making me work for that health kit. In the end, it's just making me work for nothing. I'm tempted to cause a chain reaction just to make some noise. Listen to that echo. And once more, Combine barricades seal the way. We could go up here. And that is a level transition. Wait. You don't get off that easily. There's stuff over here. Oh, right. So where those Combine barricades are, we would have gone through a puzzle section in the toxic flooded area beyond this window. We would have dropped down through one of these vents and then come back out this way. I'm getting thrown off because I realize that entire sections of the game are a puzzle or a platforming segment, and the game is giving me the option to skip them or sometimes outright forcing it. Can't show that because that's all destruction. Come back out this way. Huh? That is so creepy to me, the way my light falls off beyond the second door frame. Of course, that Citadel is always up there, and I suppose in a situation like this, getting to the center would be your only motivation, right? But maybe I shouldn't be trying to attach logic to a nightmare. The thing is, it's not just a corruption insofar as being empty, but it's a corruption as far as all the new areas that it's starting to add, especially since it's waited so long to start doing that. It's screwing with the memories because it's... when I find one of these areas, I'm thinking, was that always there? It's like an entire map built out of Bernard's door at this point. Nothing here. And these things don't go anywhere. You still exit through the same ways. And it just makes it seem like, well, maybe I never did try that door? Maybe it has been there? How can I not know something about something I'm so intimately familiar with? Something I've been playing for 20 years. Okay, this is a liminal space. Look at that. Two staircases parallel behind a wall, side by side, but one of them is inside the apartment. Do you have a TV I can throw out the window? Nothing. Every staircase in the game has that open stairwell there. And that's true of the base as well. I don't understand why they do it. There's a health kit inside there. Can we actually... We can't get into the cage. There must be some way to get it open, right? We can do that. We can't break any of this. That is strange. Maybe it's just there to taunt me. Like most things. Oh, it's a bookshelf. I thought that was someone peering at me from that window up there. This says there's a lamb to cache. Is that true? There's nothing behind the recycling bins. It even taunts us with the fact that there are doors that shouldn't have a handle, and when you go to use them, they're locked. So it's just the same as always, just with a little extra barrier that makes you think you can do something with it. Holes in the floor we can drop down. No. This feels really spooky, knowing that all the windows are boarded. Like, not one shred of the light that we see is natural. One thing I really, really like about this game is one thing I actually really want to praise about this mod is the settings, how the flashlight is customizable in so many ways when it's such a core part of the experience. The ability to have whatever ambient music or lack thereof that we like, the ability to even turn off the soundscape so that it's completely silent. They know that different people are going to have different tastes when it comes to this kind of thing. And there's not exactly a whole lot to choose from out there if this is the experience you want, and so it kind of allows you to direct your own, like I've been doing this whole time. Even allowing us to choose our ending. Because apparently, from what I read on the ModDB page, and I don't know what the endings are, but I did read that there was an ending. It was somewhat controversial, and so another was introduced, but you could still choose the old one. This is just endless locked doors. They really are turning City 17 into the back rooms. The Fountain Square, yeah. I think this is where a big defense mission would happen. Just look at this. We are starting to encounter more streetlights, though, which is quite a contrast from the beginning when there was literally nothing on. I wonder if the additional light is deliberate, meant to somehow signal that we're getting closer to our goal. Right here. Back down into tunnels again. These things always work out so well for me down here. Ooh. Wow, that thing just kind of fell apart. I guess that was bracing it. But it didn't exist until the moment I loaded the level. There we go. Good job sealing this off. That'll keep those trespassers out. Just take a step back for a moment to make sure nothing's going to collapse on me. Sure, let's not leave the one board out. That leads to a vent. It may actually be beneficial to leave the one barrel. We don't want this falling over at too harsh of an angle. And just climb the boxes up. See, the environment can be your friend if you work with it rather than against it. I mean, yeah, we could have had it changed to day after Nova Prospect, but where's the fun in that? Hang on. I saw the way I'm supposed to go, but I also noticed this over here. Nothing but some extra HEV. All these bloodstains, I've got to wonder why it was barricaded off in the first place. Of course, some of these questions have answers that we're simply not going to be getting in this version. Oop, ow. Well, forget that lambda cache, I guess, even if now I could use some health. Or, no, we can still get down there. Is there health, is the question. No, but maybe it knows where there is some. This doesn't feel safe. No. What am I even doing down here? What am I even doing down here? Oh my god. Okay, I'm very happy to have made it out of that. Grab gun. Once again, I'm really curious what would happen if you had actually left Black Mesa East without this thing. I'm convinced at this point that not all of these bloodstains were there in the base game. I mean, Half-Life 2 was a pretty bloody and gruesome game, but some of this stuff just doesn't make any sense, and the placement just doesn't make any sense. And some of it does. I'm pretty sure there would have been a barnacle on the stairwell, but in other places, like, it just clips in such weird ways. I gotta ask the question, in the creepypasta, I guess, medium, it is absolutely saturated to the point where it's almost a meme, the idea of a haunted game, especially a nostalgic one. Why is that? Why do we like that so much? Why do we like the idea of corrupted memories? I mean, maybe it's just a way of seeing more of something we liked, or maybe it is a way of sort of justifying a feeling that we always had about that sort of thing. I mean, games like Half-Life 2 were a huge leap forward in terms of making their settings feel really vibrant, but look at other games of the time, especially like the PS1 era of games. You play them now and they feel so empty. Whole towns with maybe one or two characters milling about that you can talk to. They seem so cartoonishly small compared to the stuff we have now. It just doesn't feel real. Everything seems to exist in a snow globe in a lot of old games. And so, I don't know, maybe even as kids, at the back of our mind, we were somewhat unnerved by them. And so, when we read a creepypasta about the dark secret they were hiding, it's a way of saying, oh, that's why. I knew it. I knew there was something off about it. Then when you have something like this that kind of turned that on its head, even if it, you know, could be considered janky in some ways by modern standards, it's held up really well. Maybe with something like this, turning it into something that feels more like a product of its time makes it feel a bit more natural. I need to parse that thought because I'm having that one on the fly here. Like, look at it this way. Imagine it essentially used, like, some kind of unfair, like some kind of cheating technique to achieve that. Something that would make it possible in a time where something like this wouldn't feel possible, because games like this and like GTA 4 were huge, huge leaps ahead. Like, night and day difference from one generation to the next. That might be lost on like younger players because it doesn't really happen that way anymore. I've seen over the last like 10, 15 years or so, games develop a lot more gradually, but back then like one console generation to the next was massive. Like aliens invaded and we reverse engineered their technology massive. I still remember trying to run this game on a computer that I got in late '07, and it was a slideshow. I guess we can't unobstruct that path. Just gotta wait for you to slowly, lazily ride your way down here. Look at you, silently moving in a big dark room. Somehow that's one of the creepier things I've seen. It makes me imagining you go back and forth over and over simply to occupy yourself in the time before I arrived. Do I still need health? I guess not. You wait until the last possible moment to make a sound. That scared the bejesus out of me. Are you kidding me? Alright, no. That is up there. Oh no, I think I just have to run and jump, send you back. Yep. It's so slow, but after sleepwalking for so long, this kind of feels like I'm being cradled. I mean, motion caused by something other than myself? That's a first. Perhaps it would actually be a good idea to put on some of that music. Let's see what we've got. I think I've done most or all of them. Some of these are just like slightly different variants of ones that are here. Random SEF song. I think I made the wrong choice. I think if I follow that other beam, it'll slope up and maybe I can jump onto one of these platforms. It's slippery and slidery. There we go. Now we can climb this ladder over to here. And down to here. And we're out. Yeah, once more, that whole carryover. Why does it keep unchecking this? Play it again. I don't know what it is about these soundtracks. It really is like just a dark lullaby a lot of the time. like calming, but giving you the sense that there's something creeping. Not even necessarily dangerous, just out there. Something unseen. You only need to know that it exists to know you don't like it. This street would not be accessible normally because you'd be too pinned down by the snipers. But we can enter this building this way. That's odd. Look, I know it's probably just because it spawned in a weird place. It probably dropped down and then had to balance on that ledge, but you can't look at that and not think somebody was sitting on it and ran away when they heard me coming. We are, City Hall, right beneath our goal. You know, I never realized this before, but that's actually some nice visual symbolism. The Citadel sitting dark, towering over the City Hall, which is bright marble or granite or whatever that is. Point is, it's clearly visible and front-facing and lit up, while it's all controlled by the dark, much larger force behind it. You know, that's actually a pretty great visual metaphor, isn't it? I mean, you have the somewhat brightly lit City Hall. It's white marble or granite reflecting in it. It's clearly visible underneath this dark tower that sits just behind, towering above. Like you have that friendly face, and then, ooh, the dark puppet master waiting in the shadows. Its tendrils stretching down like strings on a marionette. Maybe I've read too far into that, or, you know what, maybe I've just been talking about the same few elements this entire time, and I really latched on to something different. We can even come back here. Actually, this is how we would exit. I think this is how we would leave after the Strider battle. Can we still enter City Hall itself? If we go through the side buildings, perhaps we can look at that. Look at those lights, the way they cast those shadows through the windows. Oh, it's not coming through the windows, it's right there. Never mind, but it still looks cool. Still running into these shield walls. I think there should be a side entrance. Maybe there used to be. Ooh, but we can come through here onto the side street and skip out and miss City Hall entirely. So why is there another door over here? Once again, this sort of looks familiar, but why can't I place it? I think we did something like this to get in, but it doesn't feel like it was all the way across the street. It's actually making me doubt my memories of this. Why can we enter here? You actually opened a combine barricade and had us climb this entire staircase just to do this. Are these all disused locations that are actually part of the map, or is this a liberty that you've taken just as like a red herring, an exploration red herring? This thing did actually have some tricks up its sleeve in the final stretch. But I'm thinking we won't actually be able to enter the City Hall itself. Oh, unless we do this. I'd forgotten about that. Never mind, there we go. Here's where those turrets would have risen up, but in this case we don't have to worry about it because there's no lasers. Look at that. The dome fallen away to once again reveal that tower standing there silently. It's like it's torn the roof open to make sure that we know we can't escape its gaze anywhere. It's the Eye of Sauron. They've even got their prisons in the back, which I don't remember if we ever entered. All I know is that stuff like that would serve as the prison on, like, every RP map, so that's how I've kind of come to see it. Well, we can even walk across the catwalks between the courtyard. I mean, every inch of this place was a fight in the base game. And so it's really, really strange to just be waltzing through here, just poking around. And causing just a little bit of property damage on the way. But then again, wouldn't you? Wait, let's see if I can... Hang on. Hang on, I got this. I got this, but it'll be easier if I can shoot from the railing. There we go, and it is out of here! The most fun part of any zombie or apocalypse movie is always the part where they have free reign to just make whatever shenanigans they want out of the place they find themselves. But there's gotta be... There should be some way to the roof, right? There should be a way somewhere. What about down this hallway? It says exit. Okay, here's the staircase. This is the staircase I remembered climbing. And it's actually its own map. Imagine if the bust was actually out here. Look at that in the distance. We can actually see the shapes of buildings against the sky. A single street lamp on below, at a street that quite suspiciously ends in a building. I don't know what it is I find so comforting about standing up here on the roof, turning off my light, knowing that I'm all in shadow, and that if I were to see someone walking down below, they would never be able to see me. I guess there's a certain comfort in being invisible. Oh, we can follow this over here. I bet we can open this from this side. Yes, and now we can come down this way. Huh. I don't remember if we ever used this one in the actual game. Oh, you know what? I think we did. So that whole thing was a tangent, but it doesn't matter. The thing is, I mentioned before that when you have something that is normally very logically defined by its progression, but then you just open all the doors from the get-go, suddenly the level becomes confusing. Because it's not how it was designed. It was designed to push you through and guide you through in a certain way. I mean, look at a haunted attraction, you know, a haunted house that you can visit. Those things are meant to be a very linear corridor. It might take twists and turns, and it might even be deliberately confusing at times, but they're designed to make sure you experience everything in a certain order in a certain way. Well, if you were just kind of let loose in there in the dark, you'd probably find they're a lot harder to navigate than you think. Back into the tunnels. It is truly shocking how many random staircases in the city just go down onto tunnels. But it's the kind of thing you don't really think about when you're actually engaged with the gameplay. Think you could hide in a windowless building, eh? I swear if it turns out the secret to unlocking the ghost in this game is throwing every single TV out of the building it's found in. Actually, if that were the case, I guarantee I wouldn't be the first to find it. Up or down? Down always seems creepier. But there's not much reason to come here. I feel like maybe that area would have been like blown open, like maybe we would have entered through the basement once upon a time. I don't know, it's just... The defamiliarization is so complete, especially in these later stages, where in the beginning I was mostly following along to the linear path that's been set. Here, the environments were much more complex in the later game, and this is taking advantage of that. Did I just hear something drag? Because that affects me. Also, what is going on with this floor? None of this makes any sense. I certainly don't remember any of this. Wait. Not quite a strike. That one was held up. There, take my revenge. Yeah, look at this. The closer we get to the Citadel, the more we find these streets are actually quite well lit. And look! Lights on in the windows! Huh, it's like the further along we go on our journey, the more evidence we see. Where the first time we were in the train station, we walked the streets, it was totally dark. And then even more so during the airboat ride and the drive over here. But then it's like, ever since Nova Prospect and immediately after, it's been slowly dripping in more and more signs of life. I mean, I've noticed more creepy things happening, lights on in windows and objects moving. And paranormal gravity. very paranormal gravity. Wow, and this thing has got like no weight to it. And no physics. What is the story with this guy? Almost feels like a garbage can that was somehow assigned the model of a car. But enough about the Cybertruck. Anyway, we need to figure out how to move on, because none of this looks familiar to me. Or I think I remember Barney saying something about meeting up at the horse. Yes. Yes, over here is where Doug would have lifted it up and we would have come through down here. But I still want to check down that street first. Nothing? Okay, with all these new open areas, I had to be sure. Anyway. Down we go.
Major fracture detected. Automatic medical systems engaged. Morphine administered.
Much obliged, because it might be a little while before I can find myself a health kit. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and quick save right now. Never mind. Screw you, quick save. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, wow, we really needed it. That's a thing happening. That's movement. That's signs of life from the Citadel. Even if it is just automated elevators still going back and forth. Those are signs of life. Yeah, it's like some kind of piston system. Yeah. More. I guess we don't need it. A boot and a can. I wonder if somebody was living in that crevice, got stuck there when all of this came down for the first time. Whenever I can, I try to make it so that my landing will be just a guided descent rather than actually jumping, because that introduces a lot more unpredictability. Oof. Let's also try and avoid getting crushed, shall we? It feels like an exceedingly narrow version of The Wizard of Oz when they're walking down the hallway to see the wizard. And with this blinding light pouring through from nowhere in particular, I can't help but feel like we are actually finally close to answers. It's been, what, probably close to 5 hours at this point? And at this point, I'm really surprised we've already gotten here, but I'm also surprised that it's taken this long absent any threats or puzzles. I thought for a second that I saw someone inside one, but yes, even these are empty now. Alright, let's figure out how we do this. We need to make sure we get in the right one, or we're gonna get zip-zapped. And getting zip-zapped after everything we've done so far would be kind of an anticlimax, if you ask me. God, look at that. It's so dark that we can't see the one in front of us until it turns into the light. This is gonna be so weird, climbing through the Citadel with none of Breen's broadcasts or Combine running around, not even Striders walking below as they should have been before. And yet it's almost like day has finally broken. I really do wonder, are we still going to get the fizz gun? This really does feel like some kind of technological afterlife, huh? And a bad one, like we're a discarded battery. Just being endlessly moved through these automatically churning halls, with us as the only observer. I think that also freaks me out about this whole thing, is that, yes, it's creepy while we're exploring it, but also when we think about the fact that all of this is here even when we're not observing it, that even when there's no one here, it still makes that metallic grinding noise. These things still swing back and forth, serving no purpose. Even worse, serving no purpose for no one. Oh my, I don't remember this being this dark. That was a relief, but going through that and knowing how large that space is, but being unable to see, that was awful. It's like going into the tunnel in Pirates of the Caribbean. You're gonna do it, right? Oh, I can hardly move. I think yep, you're gonna do it. There we go. Also, not to alarm anyone, and this probably won't impact your day-to-day life, but gravity is blue now. There's nothing you can do with that information. It's just something I thought you should know. Alright, let's cause some destruction, since that's just what you have to do when you get this thing in the Citadel. We are probably due for some HEV. It's weird how climactic this still feels. Even without any of the build-up or the story or context, it still feels like we're coming to something that's been at the periphery of our thoughts the entire time. The Citadel visible from most of the map, and now we're finally here. That thing we were first confronted with the moment we stepped out of the train station, and we're finally here. We spent the entire game moving away from it, but we were drawn right back. Almost like we're a rubber band. We had to pull until the tension was at its most, only to be snapped back in with the highest possible force. look at this. It doesn't even have the combine balls to be dragged out of here. Or I'm not sure if there were any in that enclosure to begin with. I guess we'll find out as we go a little further. Yeah, probably not, because we can still grab them from here. Off you go. Well, I guess we're probably doing somebody some kind of favor by doing this, right? You know what would also be an anticlimax is getting hit by one of these things last moment. God, the super gravity gun makes everything feel so effortless. Thing is, I'm just less tempted to make a mess of this place now because there's no reason to do so. There's no way to get angry that I'm breaking their stuff. Really, I'd only be doing it to make noise, and I satisfied myself this entire time by just occasionally starting a fire or blowing up a barrel. Well, that was strange. Does it always just launch something up like that? I guess it's heading back down. For a second I thought there was something there, and I just lost my only ride. Alright, normally this would be one of those waiting for the elevator fights where enemies swarm in from every angle and we have to defend ourselves waiting for it to arrive. Now we're just kind of staring at our watch. And away we go. We currently have no way of knowing how high up we are in this structure, but we know we've got a long way to go based on the fact that we've been looking at it this entire time. It's not until you're in the base of the Citadel, looking up at it, or at least partially looking up at it, that you get a sense for the real scale of this thing, at least a partial sense. I guess we're not done yet. Now we're done. That was a strange sound, and once again, I'm not sure whether it's scripted or if it was actually a thing. Or rather, whether it was part of the original game, or whether it's something that's been added for this. And by the philosophy of this mod, it doesn't seem like much would have been added for this, but there are certain things I have my doubts about. I keep seeing movement out of the corner of my eye, and it's really freaking me out. Even here, even now that I'm pretty sure nothing's gonna happen. It doesn't help that the soundtrack has decided to come in at this time, and for the first time, it's actually being fairly intense. Like, making me feel like running intense. But I guess that's always the way dreams end, right? You feel yourself rushing towards the source, like you're finally going to get the object of, I guess, whatever's been driving you forward. Even if we don't fully understand what it is that's been driving us. Oh my god. Those things just popped around the corner like that, really. Okay. Let me just be sure. There's just the one now, right? There's no chance of us getting zapped? It seems that way. Let's take another ride. I'll be honest, I would probably fall asleep in this thing. I mean, we're just in here, we don't have to do any work, it's got a gentle cradling motion. After going on this whole journey, I can definitely see myself being lulled to sleep by this. The repetitive sounds of the metalwork. I'm just saying, I'm going to be reviewing this place on Yelp afterwards, and it's going to be more than 1 star. Huh. The one glimpse from up high that we have of the city below, and it is not the city we left. There were some lights on, but that is a vibrant nightlife we are seeing down there. What we should be seeing is practically an ocean of black. But not so. It's like that almost feeds into what I was saying earlier about everyone just keeping away from me. Look at that. As soon as I'm off the streets, as soon as I'm out of sight, the city comes alive again. Like they built this whole place as a prison for me. They just had to convince me to come here. Look at that. In this instance, the pod breaks. The whole mechanism destroyed. Because there's no one here to bring us in. No one here to take us out of it. For the first time we see this perspective, we are going to walk ourselves into Brain's office. For the first time, we're going to keep our super gravity gun in Brain's office. Obviously, that means we're gonna trash the place. Unfortunately, we can't wreck your phone, but we can take your chair. Yep. Let's have a look. Look, we can actually see the clouds moving beneath us. That's how tall the superstructure is. But this is the first time we've had that perspective where we can truly know it is us. I can't wait to see what this ending is, and in fact, I'm gonna make a save when we get to the top of this elevator so that I can come back and change the options and see the other ending. Here we are. We don't know what we're doing or why we're doing it. We just know we need to. Let's make sure we have all we need. Imagine the number of things that need to be changed in order to make this work. Imagine the amount of playtesting that's probably required to make sure that everything functions the way it's supposed to, even in spite of the entire sequencing of the game being broken. Anything that relies on anything other than the player for progression has to be changed for this to work. I mean, the novelty of being alone, it wears off fairly quickly. It was probably clear that I ran out of things to talk about pretty quickly in that instance. But once you start just kind of seeing what a marvel of a mod this is, and how much more complicated it is than it seems to be on its surface, you really gain an appreciation for all that's going on here. And it's all to exploit a feeling that I think people have felt for years about games, but it's only more recently that we're starting to talk about these things, that it's starting to be really examined more closely through works like this. Like, why Half-Life 2 is something you might ask. Like, you could do this for just about any game, and, well, I've talked a little bit about why for this entire video, but for some reason, Half-Life 2 and Source games in general just seem right for it. My legs are spared. Alright, we're not going to be able to climb you. But perhaps one of yous? We don't have to know what this stuff does, we only need to know that it is stuff. That's my stop. If we can catch one of you. No, you're being brought right back down. We need to get up there. You know, I've also noticed something weird when saving. These things are all labeled, like, incorrectly. Like, apartments. It said apartments when we were down in the metro area back at the beginning of the game. Over here, it's saying canals for the end. Yeah, so I just looked at the footage of my playthrough of Half-Life 2, and this elevator is supposed to be moving. It is bugged. So I'm just gonna go ahead and no-clip up and skip this. I don't know if there's something else that's supposed to happen along the way, but it's the only thing about this room that doesn't appear to be working. Nope. Oop. That very nearly ended badly. But we're close. I'm so annoyed that I had to use no-clip once in like the last few seconds of the game. But with no one to oppose me, this feels more like an execution than a battle.
HEV damage sustained. Major fracture detected.
Many weeks later. "51 hours and 40 minutes till core collapse." Or 51 minutes and 40 seconds, God. Look at that! It leads straight into episode 1! Now, I wonder if that's an anniversary edition thing. That is so cool! Look, all this ash and dust still falling all this time later. We fell off that building and survived, and don't come to for many weeks. Once again, emotional logic rather than logic. Okay, well, I think I'm gonna call it for this video, but This is a truly crazy mod, and I wonder if maybe its ending isn't something that we only unlock at the end of episode 2 at this point. It's a fundamentally different experience of the same experience, where you're following the same path and going through the same environments, and yet the context is completely shifted. Even in those moments where we look at our hands. By the way, I just reloaded to see if I would trigger another ending by changing the options. We did not. It feels like revisiting the memory itself rather than the game. On its surface, it's such a simple mod, something that plays to, I guess, that feeling of loneliness and lost memories that a lot of people feel towards this and other games. But beyond that, I don't know what else I can say about it that I haven't already said in the 5 hours leading up to now. All I can say is that this felt surprisingly profound for what it is. And I think a lot of that is on me and on the player. Like, why is it that this mod is so popular right now? Despite the fact that it's seemingly the same game we've been playing for 20 years, just with the lights turned off and none of the content. And I think the reason is because it feels like it resonates with a feeling that has always been there, and we're only now starting to recognize and talk about. Other than that, I don't know what else I can say about this that I haven't already said in the 5 hours leading up to it, but suffice to say, this was a surprising amount of fun. And really just a very vibesy experience, and please don't allow vibesy to become a thing. I don't know why I said that. All I know is, if you like this video, please remember to like, comment, and subscribe for more creepy and comfy content. If you have any ideas for other videos you think I should do, the best place to suggest that will be at the Discord, which I will link in the description. If you want to try this mod out for yourself, that link will also be in the description. If you want to support me on Patreon, that link will be in the description. And as always, I will see you in the next one.